Hey guys, this is Mark Joyner. We're going to be starting here in about 10 minutes. Underneath the video, you guys should see a little box there that says, talk to Mark. Tell me where you're from. Tell me who you are and where you're coming from. We got about 6 minutes here, actually, before we're going to get started. We got about 6 minutes here, actually, before we're going to get started. All right, just making sure that my sound is working here, guys. You hear a little feedback in the background there. All right, welcome to Garnett from Oakland. Welcome Rashid from Queens, New York. We've got Oscar from Denmark. You are up late, my friend. Got Otto. Hey, Otto. What's up, buddy? All right, James. Mark Jones from the UK. What's up, buddy? He's late night. All right. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Hey guys, if you guys are here for the single most profitable secret in history, you are in the right place. I'm just going to tell you guys right now before we get started, this masterclass is pretty long, guys. This is jam-packed with a lot of information. We're going to be going for a couple hours, so grab your favorite beverage, hit the bathroom, grab a paper and pen because you're probably going to want to take a lot of notes, and we'll be getting started here in just a couple of minutes. Hey, Kent from Los Angeles. All right, we've got Amit from Sydney. Man, we got people from all over the world. We have people from pretty much every continent on the planet here tonight. Craig says, sound is crystal clear. Glad to hear that, Craig. Thank you, buddy. All right, wow, getting a lot of people here today, man. Loving this. You guys are showing up bright and early. Helen from Phoenix. Welcome, welcome. Ishika. All right. Teresa, will the recording be available after 2? We are not sure. We are not sure. So, very important you stay on live, guys. I cannot promise that there will be a recording. Guys, we are 3 minutes out. If you are just coming on, I'm going to give you guys this warning again. This is a pretty long masterclass, guys. We're going to be going for a couple of hours. So grab your favorite beverage, hit the bathroom, take your little bio break, whatever you got to do. Grab your pen and paper. You're not going to want to miss any little bit of this. All right, we got Diana from Perth. We got Bob from the Ozarks in North Arkansas. We got Pauline from New Zealand. Loveland, Colorado, Carrie. Wow. You got people from all over. Now, Nazmia from Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Wow. We've got people from everywhere, guys. This is amazing. And I'm just naming a few of the people coming through here. Guys, tell me who you are and where you're from. We're getting started here in about 2 minutes. I love hearing who I'm talking to. Sheila from California. Wow. All right, Roosevelt Cooper. All right. Hey, buddy. Good to see you here. Awesome. Awesome. Someone says, why is the first slide fuzzy? Well, it's going to depend on your bandwidth and your connection. This is one of the things about the internet, guys. There's so many things. Depends on your connection, depends on our connection. I am on a 300 megabit per second fiber optic connection over here. So we are probably running quite strong. You know, if you're getting something fuzzy like that, you can try a refresh. Man, we're seeing a lot of people here. Kenya from Ohio. Kimberly from Ohio. We got a bunch of people from Ohio. Adam in Lake Elsinore, California. All right, so Teresa says her slide is perfect. So Teresa's in Australia. Her slide's looking perfect. Again, guys, this is going to depend on your connection. It's going to depend on a lot of things. This is one of the things we have to deal with the internet. Things are not perfect. Tom from Chiang Mai. Hey, buddy. Good to see you here. All right. Patrick from Charleston, South Carolina. Dr. Richard from Dana Point. Sheldon from Massachusetts, but in Ohio now. So we've got a big showing of people in Ohio. That's interesting. All right. Mike from Massachusetts. Man, the names are rolling in. We got a lot of folks on tonight. This is going to be a good time, guys. This is going to be a good time. Hey, Charles. All right, Charles from Palm Coast, Florida. Good to see you here, buddy. It's 1 a.m. in London from H, whoever H is. Thank you for staying up so late, buddy. By the way, I said tonight, I should really say today because it's a different time for everybody all over the world. For me right now, it is exactly 8 a.m. in Phuket, Thailand. It is 9 p.m. Eastern time in the United States. That means it is time for us to go live. Guys, today we are going to be talking about the single most profitable secret in history. This one secret is responsible for the success of the wealthiest people in history, from King Solomon to Bill Gates. This is going to blow your mind tonight, guys. Just a little bit about me first, guys. My name is Mark Joyner. As most of you know, I'm the founder and CEO of Simpleology, and I want to personally welcome you to this masterclass. Congratulations, you are obviously an action taker and serious about your success and future. You guys have proven that just by showing up. Today, we are going to cover how to harness the power of the single most profitable secret in history to dominate your market in 2020 without spending money on ads or wasting time creating content. If you want to know how to do that, I want you to type yes in the Talk to Mark box. And if you guys don't know where the Talk to Mark box is, it is below the video. If you got your video maximized, you're going to have to minimize it for a second to see that box. But guys, I want to see a ton of yeses coming in here today. I want to see yes, 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 yes. I require audience participation, and there's a reason for that, guys. If you're participating and if you're responding to me, that tells me that you are engaged, that you are paying attention. Now, I'm yammering here for a second because there's about a 10-second delay in between what I say and what you guys hear. That's just the nature of the internet. And wow, I am now seeing a flood of yeses. Guys, I want to see yeses from everybody. Everybody online right now watching, I want to see a yes from every single one of you. Guys, I demand audience participation. I demand it. Again, your participation, your attention is essential for this. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about why that is the case here in a minute. Okay, I'm seeing plenty of yeses. All right, this is a great audience. I love talking to you guys. Now, before we get started here, I want to show you what multimillionaire marketer Eben Pagan has to say, also known as David D'Angelo. You guys may know him under two different names. This is what he has to say about the secret you are about to discover.
I would like to nominate that idea as the best single new internet marketing tactic that I've heard this year, probably.
Wow.
Any seconds on that one? That's just a pretty damn good, simple little idea.
All right. How about that? Does that make you more excited to learn about what you are about to learn about? Okay. Listen, not only have I lost a lot of weight and dramatically improved my fitness in the last year since that video, by the way, you saw a very obese Mark Joyner. If you guys have seen me on Facebook anytime recently, you know that I look very, very different now. As you're about to discover, I have also taken the secret I shared with Eben to a whole new level. What you guys are going to be learning tonight is the brand new stuff. That was years ago. I think that was over 10, 12 years ago that video was shot. But first, some housekeeping. What I'm about to share with you over the next couple of hours or so is so life-changing. Trust me, you want to pay attention to every word of this powerful presentation. I can guarantee I'm about to share some things you have never seen or heard anyone talk about before. So close all your other tabs and browser windows, silence your phone, close your office or bedroom door, and don't allow yourself to be disturbed or distracted. If you want to survive and even thrive from what is coming, you owe it to yourself and your loved ones to give this your full attention. Now, before you guys can promise me that you're going to pay attention, you have to actually understand how attention works. Most people don't understand how attention works. They also don't understand how critically important attention is. Guys, attention is critically important for two reasons. One, the more closely you pay attention, the more likely you are to retain this information. I don't want you to hear this and go, wow, that was mind-blowing, and then just forget all about it. Number two is the more closely you pay attention, the more likely you are to take action. So how does attention work? It's very simple, guys. You pay attention to the things you care about. You pay attention to the things you care about. So if you care about your future, if you care about the future of your loved ones, I need you to pay very, very close attention. And to make you even more curious about what's going to happen here today, to make you care even more, I'm going to give you a little overview, a little taste of what we're going to be covering today. We're going to go over secret number one, stealth tactics for turning adversity into profit. Turning adversity into profit. And by the way, one of the tactics that I'm going to be showing you is something extremely practical. This isn't just about mindset. There is also a very practical way to turn adversity into profit that most people are not aware of. While everyone else is running around like chickens with their heads cut off, you can be turning adversity into profit. Secret number two, your 3 essential hedges against the impending digital marketing meltdown of 2020. And if you guys have read your roadmap to money in 2020 by now, and I pray to God you have, because what you learn in that document is so critically important. You know what the 3 essential hedges are already, but we're going to be getting deeper into that. And by the way, this isn't just about the impending digital marketing meltdown, guys. If you read your roadmap to money in 2020, you know that we are on the cusp of something called the transition tribulation. And I presented what I believe to be an ironclad case that is something that is about to happen. And I actually believe that it's not just about to happen. I think we are actually in it right now. I think we are actually in it. You see this panic about coronavirus. I think this is the start of it, guys. So pay very close attention, because some people are going to make it through this. Some people are not. And if you think the coronavirus panic is something, you haven't seen anything yet, guys. We are just getting warmed up to how strange things are going to be. And if you read your roadmap to money in 2020, you have a pretty good idea why I say that. And we're also going to be covering secret number 3, how the biggest companies in the world grow massive customer lists without spending a dime on advertising. What we're also going to cover today, how to avoid being crushed by the inevitable big tech slaps due to come any day now. I say due to come any day now. They're actually happening right now. Probably half of the people watching right now have had a big tech slap of one form or another. If you had a merchant account shut down, if you have had your Facebook ad account shut down, if you have had YouTube videos delisted, if you have been shadow banned, all right? The big slaps are happening right now, the big tech slaps, and they're only going to get worse. I'll also show you how to get unlimited traffic and leads without giving a dime to the Silicon Valley sharks like Facebook, YouTube, Google, Twitter, etc. Heck, I'm going to show you how to do this without spending a dime at all. I'll be showing you the deviously simple mindset trick you can use to overcome every single barrier we will all face along the way. And by the way, when you guys hear this, your entire perception of reality is forever going to be changed. I'm going to also show you the most effective science-based plan for boosting your brain power, your lifespan, and your health. And if you guys have seen before and after pictures of me, and you will see one here in a minute, you will see what I went from in that fat Mark Joyner picture. And if anybody here is dealing with obesity, when I say the word fat, I am not trying to shame you. I am saying that with the deepest empathy possible because I know how much of a struggle obesity is. But I'm going to show you how I changed. I'm going to show you, and it's all based on science, guys, and it's not just going to change your body fat levels. It's going to boost your brain power, your lifespan, and your health and your energy. I'm also going to show you how to join a rapidly growing secret society of entrepreneurs I have assembled who are actively helping each other build all three of the essential hedges and much, much more. Now, here's my promise to you guys. Trust me, if you pay attention and take action on what I'm about to tell you, the next couple of hours can transform your business and your life. That's a pretty big and bold promise, even for a marketer. But when I get done, hopefully you'll agree, because I always live up to my promises. That is a very, very important value for me in my life. I've got a ton to cover, so I'm going to be going pretty fast. Take notes. However, when you stay to the end, I'll make sure you also get a copy of my slides so you can refer back to them. So don't get too hung up on taking notes. Pay attention. It's the most important thing. Pay attention, close attention. Also, as I mentioned when you signed up, at the beginning, I'll be sticking around for a marathon Q&A session. Now, I normally charge $10,000 per hour for one-on-one coaching and consulting. So this is your only chance to ask me any questions you have to pick my brain 100% free. Now, I have another surprise free bonus I'll be giving you at the end. I'll tell you more about that in a few minutes, but trust me, you'll want it. Also, at the end, if it's okay, I'm going to share with you a way you can get all the results we'll be talking about today faster and easier. Is that okay? Just type yes in the Talk to Mark box if I have your permission to share that with you. I want to see lots of yeses. Now, there's about a 10-second delay here, so I'm going to keep chatting with you guys. If I have your permission, I want to see a yes. And again, guys, when I ask you to respond, I need you to type your responses in the Talk to Mark box, guys. This is part of the program. You actually typing and being engaged is going to improve your retention and is going to improve the rate at which you take action on all of this. Okay, I'm seeing floods of yeses come in. Great. Michael, thank you. Ray, thank you. Takara, thank you. Wow, okay, we're getting tons and tons and tons of yeses. Okay, for any of you guys who are not actually typing in the box, I need you to do that right now, okay? If you think you can just kick back and get everything there is to get out of this, you're mistaken. Okay, I'm seeing a few more yeses come in. Good. Yeah, I'm calling you guys out who are kicking back, not taking action. Guys, it is critically important that you follow all of my instructions to the letter. There is a method to all of my madness. Okay, I'm seeing lots of more yes. Okay, I'm seeing, okay. So G, whoever G is, says yes, 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 yes. Ishwar, yeah, okay, thank all of you guys. Okay, beautiful. I love this crowd. All right, now, Let me talk a little bit about who I am. So who am I and why should you listen to me? Maybe some of you know me, maybe some of you don't. So very briefly, I'm a former U.S. Army officer and Cold War veteran of the military intelligence community. I started marketing online in 1991. I founded over 30 plus startups. Currently, I'm the founder and CEO of Simpleology, and it says right there with over 1 million registered users. That's the public number. We actually hit that number about 10 years ago because we are a privately owned company. I don't tell anybody how many users we have, but since we hit that number 10 years ago, I'll just let your imagination run with that. I'm the author of over a dozen books that are now in print in 25 languages. Several are used as marketing textbooks in universities around the world, many of which have become #1 bestsellers. I've spoken at events all over the world, and I've been interviewed on countless podcasts, webinars, and teleseminars. Here are a few of the books you guys might know me for. You guys have probably seen a few of these. The one in the upper left there, The Irresistible Offer, that is a very common book in a lot of marketing programs and universities now. I'm very flattered by that. And I just want you guys to look at the image on the right here. This is me knocking the Da Vinci Code at its peak down to the #2 spot. I did that one time also to Rudy Giuliani. After 9/11, Rudy Giuliani was kind of known as the mayor of the world. And on the day I launched a book called Mind Control Marketing, his book was getting plugged on CNN every 30 minutes. Now, back then, CNN was the only cable news network in existence. So getting plugged on CNN automatically guaranteed him a #1 spot. I woke up that morning and my heart sank. I thought, how am I going to possibly be able to compete with that? I opened up Amazon and boom, sure enough, he was already the #1 bestseller. We knocked him down to the #2 spot as well. And I'm going to show you guys a little bit about how I did that as well today. Now, but rather than just talk about myself, I figured I'd let one of my students say a few words about the impact my teachings had on his life.
Hey, my name is Russell Brunson, and today I wanted to tell you a story about my very first mentor online. You may or may not have heard of him. His name is Mark Joyner. And it's funny because I got started online about 15 years ago, before Facebook, before MySpace, before most of the things that we're used to, that we use to grow companies online today. And I remember I was getting on and trying to figure stuff out, and I tried a whole bunch of things that didn't work. And at the time, I kept hearing this person's name over and over and over again. He's been referred to nowadays as the godfather of internet marketing. And the reason why is because he was inventing all these ideas and these concepts, and he kept doing them. He was the person who created the very first ebook, and he launched it out there. He created ad tracking before that was a thing. The first pixel was something that he did. And I remember hearing these stories about this guy, and I was like, I got to figure out, how can I meet him? How can I understand what he knows? But back then it was different. There was no social media to contact people. And about that time, he was actually exiting his internet marketing training company. And he put up for sale this thing called the Farewell Package. And it was basically, I think it was the 20 CDs of him interviewing people he'd worked with throughout the time, throughout his career, and a whole bunch of other things. And he was selling this for $1,000. And I remember at the time, I didn't have a job. My wife was working. I was wrestling. I didn't have $1,000. I remember watching this launch and watching every single day as people were buying the course, and it was getting more and more closer to being sold out. And finally, towards the end, I begged my wife. I was like, I don't know why, but I know that if I had the information inside of Mark's mind, in my mind, we could figure this whole game out. And she said, okay, I trust you. You should go for it. And so I spent $1,000 and didn't have, bought the Farewell Package. And I remember getting it in the mail and holding it. And it was all these CDs. And I was like, this is the key to my future. I have to understand what he knows. I need to understand it. So I started listening to this as I would drive around town, as I would go on wrestling tournaments, I'd be listening to Mark. And it was so cool because I was hearing all these war stories, what they had done. I remember listening to the interview with him and Joe Vitale when they invented the first ebook, when Mark came to Joe and said, I want to take your book and turn it into an ebook. And Joe's like, no one's going to buy an ebook. He's like, no, it's going to happen. And he launches this ebook, makes a ton of money before Amazon even figured it out, right? Telling stories about how they did viral marketing, how he launched a website that started growing virally. They got up to one of the top highest visited websites in the world in a very short window of time. I learned thing after thing. He was talking about sales funnels before we even called them sales funnels. Before anyone had ever seen it or thought about it, Mark was doing it. I remember I was sitting there, driving these wrestling tournaments, listening to him on these CDs over and over and over again, and it really became the foundation for my knowledge. You know, I think today a lot of people see what we do on ClickFunnels and they're like, wow, Russell figured out funnels, Russell figured out these things, and the honest truth of it is Mark figured it out a decade before I ever did.
All right, now by the way, if Russell's lips and his words were not in sync, that is only because we have so many people watching live today, guys. So for some of you guys, I saw a couple notes there. Some people said it's in sync perfectly. Some people said it's not. You know, again, guys, it's going to depend on your internet connection. And also we have so many people watching live, it might be a little bit out of sync. But I think you guys got the point. Now, like Russell said, for whatever reason, I have always been ahead of my time. And I invented and pioneered many of the strategies, tactics, and technologies that are being used on the internet today. I started the first ebook publishing company 10 years before Amazon launched the Kindle. I invented the ad tracking pixel when Mark Zuckerberg was actually in elementary school. I started my own pay-per-click search engine while the Google founders were still in college. That's probably why so many people call me the father of digital marketing, because I have a 30-year track record of predicting and creating the future. And that is how I discovered the most profitable secret in history. One of the ways I stay ahead of the trends in the marketplace and innovate new technology faster than most is I study all the time. I've dedicated the last 3 decades of my life to studying and analyzing the most successful businesses and wealthiest individuals in history. And I started seeing a pattern and trend that for whatever reason, everyone else seems to have missed. I saw this secret popping up over and over, but it didn't even have a name. Yet it seemed to be responsible for the success of the biggest companies and the greatest wealth creation in history. Could the most profitable concept of all time really not have a name? Had nobody else noticed this pattern and distilled it into a repeatable, teachable system? I decided to research this phenomenon all the way back to ancient history to verify what I was seeing was true. And there it was, staring at me, right in the pages of the Bible itself. The wealthiest man who has ever lived, King Solomon, used this exact same secret to amass the greatest fortune ever known. And no, it is not the law of attraction. His net worth is estimated by scholars to have been the equivalent of over $4 trillion. 2 trillion of that was liquid net worth held in pure gold. And by the way, if you look at the world's richest list, their wealth is measured in billions, and it's tens of billions. He was worth $4 trillion. I'll tell you Solomon's secret in just a minute, but first, let's talk about Bill Gates. This is a scene from a film about the founding of Microsoft. How did these guys go from a bunch of broke kids in a college dorm room to become the founders of one of the greatest empires in the history of mankind? You're not only about to learn how they did it, but how they did it on a $0 ad budget. King Solomon and Bill Gates both used the single most profitable secret in history to become 2 of the wealthiest people in history. And you're not going to learn this anywhere else. Now, before we get started, I need to tell you about the parable of tea. This is very, very essential. Now, if you have heard this, you need to pay even closer attention because you're going to understand even more why this is so important after you rehear this story. So if you have heard this story, bear with me, but most of you probably have not heard of it. It's a true story about a Zen scholar who went to go meet a Zen master in Japan. Now, the scholar was the guy who had read every book there was ever written about Zen. He knew all the techniques. He knew all the history. He knew all of the figures. He knew all of the dates. He had read about all of the techniques, but he was not a Zen master. He was a Zen scholar. He was so excited to meet this Zen master. He was so excited to meet this Zen master. And he sat down at the table to meet the Zen master. The Zen master invited him to share some tea. And the Zen master started pouring the Zen scholar a cup of tea. And the Zen master said, "So, please tell me what you know about Zen." And the Zen scholar was starting to pontificate about everything that he knew. He was just so proud to share the depth of his knowledge that he had amassed. And the Zen master is nodding, going, "Oh, yes, yes, very impressive." Slowly pouring the tea, slowly pouring the tea. And as the Zen scholar carried on, the Zen master kept pouring and pouring and pouring. And suddenly the cup was overflowing and the Zen master kept pouring the tea. And the Zen scholar kind of freaked out and he said, Master, my cup is full." The Zen master casually puts the teapot down and he said, "Yes, your cup is full. There is no more room for me to pour in anymore. If you're here to learn from me, you must empty your cup. You must empty your cup." Now, guys, some of you have come in today with preconceived notions about what is going to work in your business. You may have come in with all of the knowledge that you've read from all of the books, all of these classes that you've watched, all of these seminars that you've seen. I need you to empty your cup because what I am going to be sharing with you is radically different from what you will hear anywhere else. Empty your cup. Give it a chance. Give it a chance, because if you come in with a full cup, I cannot fill your cup anymore. All I ask is that you try it on and to see if it's going to work for you. That's all I ask. Now, I need to tell you another story before we dive into secret number one. It's actually a quote. Who is the man that Bruce Lee fears the most? Bruce Lee said, "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." Now, this is the essence of what we do at Simpleology. Everything that we do for you, we like to do in a step-by-step fashion. I ask myself, what is the single most high impact, minimal effort, high me thing I can teach you right now? I start with that. I get you to master that. And then I get you to move on. I'm not doing you any good if I just blast you with tons of information. So what you're going to be learning tonight is just a few things, just a few different things. But these are the things that are important for you to master. If you learn a not so effective kick and you practice that 10,000 times, you're practicing the wrong thing 10,000 times. I am zooming you in on the critically important stuff that you absolutely must master. These are the things that you need to practice 10,000 times. And that brings us into secret number one. Stealth tactics for turning adversity into profit. But first, do you want yet another free gift? I've already promised you guys some free gifts. Let me tell you a little bit about one more. A surprise free gift.
And he had this manuscript back in the day called the Confidential Internet Marketing Intelligent Manuscript. That was basically all the split tests that he had figured out that worked. I remember I would read that thing like it was the Bible. And Mark said, okay, you need to have a checkbox on your order form that's not pre-checked. And I was like, okay, that's everyone on our forums has to have that. He said, I tested this headline color, I tested this, and everything he said, I modeled it to a T because Mark had proven those things had worked. And all of our early funnels looked almost identical to what he was doing because we knew it worked.
All right. Who wants a free copy of the Confidential Internet Intelligence Manuscript Russell Brunson just mentioned? Type yes in the Talk to Mark box if you want that for free. And by the way, I'm not even selling it anywhere now. All right. All right. I'm seeing a lot of yeses here. Looks like we've got a little less lag. All right. If you don't want it, tell me no. Tell me no. That's fine too. But if you want a free copy of it, say yes. Okay, Ray, yes. Robert, yes. Jason, yes. All right, Kelly, yes. Adrian, hell's yes. All right, I got so many yeses coming in here. All right, okay. You guys are paying attention. Good, good. I like this crowd already. Guys, again, I demand audience participation. Your participation is going to improve your experience. Someone wrote, who doesn't want free gifts? Exactly, exactly. When you stay until the end of this presentation, it's yours for free. I used to sell it for $197. I don't even sell it anymore. You guys are going to get it for free just for staying on until the end. Now, my recent report, this is a 372-page book, actually. Scared the crap out of a lot of people. Now, this is a pre-release edition of what is going to be a mass market print book. Now, some of the content in there scared the pants off a lot of people. I told you guys about 9 threats, each of which have the potential to wipe out life on this planet. There is a right and wrong way to respond to this. If your response to this is panic, that is the wrong response. It is the wrong response. You need to reframe all of this. Instead of seeing it as adversity, you need to see it as opportunity. You need to see it as opportunity. Now, if you haven't read this yet, by the way, I strongly encourage you to get back in there and read it. Don't be intimidated by the 372 pages. Most people read it in one sitting. There are tons of images. The type is really big. I put a ton of effort in there to make this a very easy to experience. All right. I want this these are complex topics, but I put special care in making them easy to understand. You will probably be able to get through it in one sitting, and you probably won't be able to put it down. I promise you that. But as you'll discover in just a minute, there is hope. There is hope and a ton of opportunity. In fact, I predict those who really understand what I'm about to share with you are about to participate in the greatest opportunity in human history for the average person to create real and lasting wealth. However, up until now, you may have been struggling to break through to the next level. You know you have what it takes to make it, and perhaps you've even had some moderate success. Perhaps you keep telling yourself or your spouse or your kids, we're so close. Things are about to come together and start working. Just a little bit longer and everything is going to pay off. That probably sounds familiar to a lot of you. And by the way, after speaking with thousands of entrepreneurs around the world, I hear this over and over and over again. Well, guess what? It's not your fault. Okay, I know a lot of marketers say that, and in most cases, I have to level with you. It's bullshit. Lack of results in most areas of your life actually is your fault. But in this particular case, it actually is not your fault. If you've been struggling to take your business to the next level, here's why. If you read my recent publication, Your Roadmap to Money in 2020, then you already know what is going on. And I say here, what's about to happen, in my opinion, it's already happening. It's already starting. You've had ad disapprovals, full ad account shutdowns and lifetime bans, social media post shadow banning and censorship, search engine algorithm changes. All of a sudden, you can't seem to get your paid ads to work. All the content you work so hard to produce, just not getting the traction or eyeballs it used to because they force you to pay to play now. Or perhaps you don't even know where to start. You just can't seem to get your marketing to work. Or when you do get an offer that works at small scale, when you try and ramp up your ad spend, things come off the rails and your profitability vanishes. There's actually a reason for that, particularly at Facebook. The AI behind the ads is programmed intentionally to give you the best eyeballs when you have a new ad and small spend to make you think it's performing. So you ramp up the spend and then they start sending you less targeted views and clicks. They do this on purpose to get you addicted to the ad platform to squeeze more money out of you. This is a fact. Also, there's so much outdated, conflicting, and just plain wrong advice being given about how to grow your business online. You're told today by quote unquote gurus. And by the way, so many of these gurus are absolutely fake. They've studied online marketing and are just parroting things that they heard for the last 10 days. And suddenly they pop up as a guru. And they're telling you stuff like this. They're telling you, just create tons of content, do SEO, do blogging, do podcasting, grow your YouTube channel, guest blog, post to Instagram, do Instagram stories all day, post to Pinterest, use Snapchat, do Facebook Lives, cold contact on LinkedIn, start Facebook groups, post to Twitter 10 times a day, build your email list, email them daily, post to TikTok, whatever the hell that is, and do 1,001 other things. And by the way, not all of these things are bad things. But when you're getting all of this overwhelming advice, I can understand why you might feel a little bit lost. And you probably don't know how to do this stuff right because the guys professing to teach you how to do it right, they don't know what they're actually doing either, most of them, to be frank. Or perhaps you've been scammed over and over. You bought course after course. You hired quote unquote coaches who don't deliver on their promises and then blame you when their advice doesn't work. You went to masterminds, events, and seminars that were just pitch fests. You're wasting so much time, energy, and money trying to make things work, and you don't know who to listen to. It's overwhelming. I get it, guys. If I were in your position, if I hadn't been doing this for 30 years, and I were where some of y'all are, I would be lost. I wouldn't know who to listen to. I wouldn't know where to start. But there is hope. I'll give you the solution in just a minute. But first, have you ever felt like the deck is stacked against you or that the game is rigged? Like some people have a secret edge or inside connections that give them an unfair advantage? Well, you're right. Now, guys, this next slide, some of you guys, you're going to hear this. You're going to go, oh, no. Mark Joyner is going full Alex Jones on us now. What I'm about to share with you guys is 100% verifiable, okay? So when you see this next slide, I need you to really empty your cup and listen closely here because I'm going to give you one example of a much larger phenomenon. Now, some of you may have heard about the Skull and Bones Society. For the longest time, this was dismissed as a conspiracy theory. It is not a conspiracy theory. It is widely documented and known to exist. And the sole purpose is to give members a shortcut and backdoor into positions of power and wealth and support members with advantages and opportunities denied to average people. They are the gatekeepers of the upper echelons of power, wealth, and privilege. Right or wrong, This has been the way society has worked for thousands of years. A few nobles or royals lived lives of power, privilege, and luxury, while the vast majority of the world population historically lived in abject poverty and squalor. And let me tell you, as a guy who had to scratch and claw his way out of abject poverty and squalor when I was a young man to get to where I am, this kind of stuff pisses me off a little bit. Now, let me give you a few examples of people who were bonesmen. President William Howard Taft, George W. Bush, John F. Kerry. You remember that election? It was one bonesman versus another. I'll let you ponder the actual implications of that on your own. William F. Buckley Jr. was a bonesman. George Herbert Walker Bush, George W. Bush's father, he was a bonesman. And most of the founding members of the CIA were bonesmen. But there's hope. I'll tell you in a minute about another secret society quietly building networks, doing deals, and challenging the old world systems. And by the way, guys, Skull and Bones is but one of many, many such secret societies operating around the world to give themselves advantages and take advantage away from you. I don't know about you, but that stuff pisses me off, and I want to fight back. And that's what we're doing here tonight. So, how do you turn adversity into profit? You may not know this, but during the Great Depression, some of the biggest fortunes in history were made, mostly by people who accidentally used the single most profitable secret in history I'm about to share with you. And what I'm about to share with you right now is not the single most profitable secret in history, by the way. We're getting to that later. We're building up to that. In fact, before I even discovered it or gave it a name, I used it myself during and after the 2008 meltdown, while most other marketers and business owners were having everything fall apart. In my own businesses, those years were some of the best years of growth I ever experienced, all because I was applying this secret I'm about to share with you. Now, in one of my core programs, Simpleology 203, The Simple Science of Invincibility, I go into these concepts in depth. However, just one of the core mindset shifts I want to share with you to turn adversity into profit is this. In every adversity or setback you experience in life, there is always a massive seed of opportunity. Let me say that again. In every adversity or setback you experience in life, there is always a massive seed of opportunity. Here's why. When anything quote unquote bad happens to you, or when you have any problem, you are not alone. If you have had this struggle, problem, or issue, I can guarantee other people are fighting the exact same battle. So what you want to do is see those challenges as opportunities to create a solution that the market will buy. When you solve the problem or find the solution, other people will gladly pay you to help them do the same. Some of my most profitable products and biggest companies have come out of my own need to find or create solutions to issues I was having myself. When I invented the tracking pixel, I invented that to solve one of my own problems. When I started the first ad tracking platform, I invented that to solve one of my own problems. And that's actually how Simpleology came to life. I tried every product and time management method under the sun. I tried Franklin Covey planners, to-do lists. And by the way, if you're using to-do lists, stop right now. It's the single most toxic way to manage your time. You got to stop. And let me give you a little hint as to why. You have on the same list, take out the trash and solve world peace. And you never complete that list. It demoralizes you. You name it, I tried it. And none of them worked for me, or they were so complicated, I couldn't stick with them. I wanted something far more practical and simple that I could actually stick with. And Simpleology was the perfect solution to my own productivity problem. I built it first for myself and my clients, by the way, and now over 1 million users later, that adversity has turned into a profitable solution that is changing lives every single day, which brings us to another adversity-based solution. Secret number 2, your 3 essential hedges against the impending digital marketing meltdown of 2020. And by the way, this isn't just about the digital marketing meltdown. This is about the transition tribulation. The digital marketing meltdown is but a fraction of what's going on, guys. The coronavirus scare is but a fraction of what's going on, guys. There is a much larger phenomenon at play. And if you read your roadmap to money in 2020, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Now let's talk about hedge number 1. The only assets that matter: your skills, your knowledge, and your health. Your skills, your knowledge, and your health. The government can take away your assets at any moment through something that we call in the United States the power of eminent domain. Now, if you don't live in the United States, I guarantee your government has the same provisions in place. We started this during the Civil War in the United States for a very legitimate and practical reason. If soldiers needed a place to hunker down for the night, they would claim eminent domain on the house and they would say, hey, we're sorry, but we got to let the platoon sleep in your house tonight. That's the law. And that was a very smart, practical thing. But have governments used that for everyone's best interest since then? No. Governments around the world have used eminent domain to unfairly claim people's assets over and over and over again. Every single thing you own is at risk of eminent domain. The government could claim this any time. Your investments could be devalued overnight by a market correction. Now, some of you are old enough to remember that this has actually happened several times. I've observed probably about 4 or 5 of these market corrections in my lifetime, and I watched people's entire life savings get wiped out by these market corrections. I've seen people who had retirement plans who suddenly woke up one morning discovering that, oh my goodness, what my stockbroker told me was actually a lie, and now I'm broke. What do I do? What do I do? Even all of your hard liquid money in the bank could be rendered worthless overnight if your country experiences hyperinflation or a revolution or a war. Just ask anybody who lived through the Cuban Revolution. Ask anybody who was a US dollar billionaire in Iraqi dinar before the Iraq War. They woke up one morning to discover that their billions were reduced into a value of 0. Or a global pandemic like coronavirus could create chaos and disruption that you have no control over. That's why focusing on your health and building a bulletproof immune system is so important. More on that in a second. Now, skills. One thing that can never be taken from you is the skill set you practice and master. A few of the most valuable skills you can acquire in this new post-2020 age are marketing. Marketing. If you don't have marketing skills, you need to acquire marketing skills immediately. There's a reason for all of the skills that I'm listing here. Sales and persuasion. Sales and persuasion. You'll understand by the end of the presentation why I'm focusing on these skills. Now, when I tell you, your knowledge, your health, and your skills, you got to be asking yourself, well, which ones? These are the ones, guys. These are the ones. Networking. Networking is absolutely essential. You'll understand more deeply why that's so important as we move along. Charisma. And by the way, charisma is a skill. It's not something you're born with. It's actually a skill. Communication and writing. That is also learnable, by the way. You may think, I don't have any talents as a writer. I can't communicate well. It's learnable. It's a skill. Team building is one of these that you need to focus on. Absolutely essential. And leadership. Leadership is going to be absolutely essential. I value these over many, many others for reasons you will understand more deeply in a moment. Also, another critical skill to master is shifting your mindset to embrace hard things. Former Navy SEAL and ultra-marathon athlete David Goggins says, if you choose to do something, attack it. Let me read you another quote from David Goggins to really drive this home. I absolutely love this guy. He gets it. He is going to survive and thrive the transition tribulation. I can guarantee that. He's got the right mindset. Listen to what he said. He said, I hated jumping out of airplanes. I hated shooting guns. I hated the job as a Navy SEAL, but I did it because I wanted to change myself. Everything you do, I'm not really comfortable doing, but if you choose to go that route, to be a Navy SEAL, you might as well go be the hardest mother effer in the world. Now, pardon my salty language, guys. You can take a boy out of the Army. You can't take the Army out of the boy. All right. That's why I'm a little bit rough. I'm a little bit direct, but this is not a time to be pussyfooting around and just and not being real. Okay. I've got to be real, blunt, and direct with you guys because we have to move fast right now. Another critical skill is what I call the deviously simple mindset trick you can use to overcome every single barrier we will all face along the way. And the key to that starts with a question I have for you. Do you believe the universe is infinite? Just type yes or no in the talk to Mark box. Just type yes or no in the talk to Mark box. I want to find out, do you believe the universe is infinite? And whether you say yes or no, it doesn't matter to me. You can agree or disagree. You can agree or disagree. Do you believe the universe is infinite? Let me find out. Let me find out. There's about a 10-second delay here, guys, so I'm not going to be seeing any feedback here. Okay, mostly yeses. I got lots and lots of yeses. I'm not seeing any no's yet. All right. If you believe the universe isn't infinite, let me hear that too. Let me hear that too. I haven't seen any no's yet. Everybody's saying yes. Everybody's saying yes. Keep them coming, guys. Keep them coming. Marcio, yes. Okay, Zen, yes. Joseph, yes. Oscar, yes. Dan, yes. Harvard, yes. Got so many yeses coming in here. Tony, yes. Abner, yes. Ken, yes. Helen, yes. Wow. Okay. All right. It looks like everybody's in agreement. But let's back this up, guys. Let's back this up. What do scientists have to say about whether or not the universe is infinite? No matter how far we look out into the universe or how deeply we look down into matter itself, we discover more and more layers of complexity. For a time, we thought the limit was the solar system. And then we got a telescope that allowed us to see, oh, wow, we're actually part of this larger galaxy. And then we got the Hubble telescope and we saw that, oh my goodness, we're actually part of almost an infinite number of galaxies. And the further out we look, we don't seem to find an end. And we look deep into matter itself and we keep finding, smaller and smaller and smaller particles. And we keep thinking one day we'll find the ultimate particle. But the deeper we look, we keep finding new particles. But then if you get into the nanomaterial revolution, I could talk on this topic for probably an hour. It's all what we've discovered. If you've looked into nanomaterials, this is one of the most mind-blowing things I've ever heard. It's like there's a periodic table behind the periodic table and an infinite number of periodic tables behind the periodic table of elements itself. What we understood about chemistry turns out to have actually only been a tiny sliver of a much more complex thing. And guys, I could give you example after example after example of things that we have discovered just in the last 10 to 15 years that have radically changed the way we view the world, and to show you how much more complex the universe is than we ever thought. Leading quantum physicists are even saying there is not just one universe, there are actually multiple, perhaps infinite universes. This is actually called the multiverse theory. So if you find yourself in an impossible situation, in reality, you're just confused about how reality actually works. If the universe is infinite, then every quote unquote problem is solvable. Think about that, guys. In an infinite universe, there is no such thing as an unsolvable problem, because that means there are infinite possibilities. Now, most of us see the world through the wrong lens. Once you really start to take this on board, you start to live a life of no limits. Now, people come to me with quote unquote unsolvable problems all the time. And they think, how is it possible that Mark came up with a solution to this problem? It's because I simply shifted my mindset. It's a mindset shift we can all make. And when we walk around thinking, oh, there's no way I'll ever solve that, it's unsolvable, it's over, there's nothing we can do about it. Well, guess what? You've cut yourself off from the infinite, limitless universe of possibilities out there. I want you to right now open your mind to the limitless possibilities. Every problem is solvable, including the tribulation that we are facing right now. Now, let's talk about knowledge. In addition to building your skills, you need to build your knowledge. The next thing we can never have taken away from us is our knowledge. As King Solomon himself said, wisdom is more valuable than gold, more precious than rubies. Now you may ask, what kind of knowledge? It's a very important question. You don't want to just randomly cram every YouTube video and Netflix stream into your mind. A lot of it is garbage. A lot of it, in fact, is toxic garbage. What is the right stuff to be looking at? Well, first off, you need to understand this. Your knowledge set is going to need to be dynamic in this dynamically changing world. If you've read your roadmap to money in 2020, you know that we are at the most rapid pace of change we have ever experienced in history, and it's only going to get faster. So you need to be dynamic. You need to be aware of that. You need to be adaptable. You need to be pivotable. Now, to avoid overwhelm in the era of what I call the complexity gap, that's the gap between how much information you can process in your conscious mind and how much information there is out there, which is constantly growing. And you'll know this if you read your roadmap to money in 2020. To avoid overwhelm in the era of the complexity gap, choose which topics you stay knowledgeable about wisely. So focus primarily on perennial knowledge and knowledge related to the basic skills you need to acquire. Also, if your business model requires you to demonstrate expertise, build and maintain knowledge related to that. And most important, be very selective in who you choose to learn and gain knowledge from. And finally, even in the age of the coronavirus scare, if you focus on doing the right things with your health and your fitness, you can create a powerful advantage in your immune system, health, and energy levels that can greatly protect you from what is happening. In one of my core programs, Simpleology 103, The Simple Science of Energy, I cover this in great depth. The reason why we teach and talk about energy so much in Simpleology is because I'm a firm believer that even more important to your productivity than time management is energy management. However, let me take a minute and tell you about the most effective science-based plan for boosting your brain power, your lifespan, and your health. Now, before I tell you about this, I want you guys to remember, I'm going to do a live Q&A at the end here, first off, all right? If you guys have questions about how I got so fit, I went from so obese to being so fit and so full of energy. I am more fit, I am healthier, I am happier now at the age of 51 than I have ever been at any point in my life. But I also want you guys to be very, very conscious of something. The CDC is saying now that they don't believe that the coronavirus can be contained. They believe that it's going to affect everyone. Well, who are the people who are dying from coronavirus? It's people who are in a poor state of health. All right? If you're not taking care of your health, you are at greater risk. So there is no more important time in history to really get this dialed in. If you're not taking it seriously, or if you haven't been up to now, now is the time to change. Now is the time to change. Now, let me tell you about a brilliant man who was way ahead of his time. His name was Weston A. Price. Now, by the way, this man was actually a dentist, and he performed what I believe to be the most significant piece of epidemiological work in the history of medical science. He said, life and health in all its fullness is Mother Nature obeyed. Life and health in all its fullness is Mother Nature obeyed. And let me give you just one example to demonstrate to you the truth of this. Weston A. Price, in his epidemiological work, what he found was that he went to communities of centenarians, people who lived to be over 100 years, and he found that the common thread amongst all of them didn't have anything to do with how much meat or how much macronutrient ratios or specific types of foods. It had nothing to do with that. The common thread was that they were all eating natural food that was processed in a traditional way. They would even take these people who were robust and healthy in their 90s and 100s, take them in the United States and start feeding them what we call gringo food, and these people would immediately start getting sick. So this is one of the ways that you can start improving your health immediately, is to just start eating real food. Stop eating stuff that has labels with things that you can't even pronounce. Don't eat food that you don't prepare yourself. You don't know where it's come from. Now, that's going to sound like a really hard thing to do for most of you. It's not as hard as you think. And in fact, when you make that change, you're going to have so much more energy that you're going to want to do it more and more. Because you're not losing time, you're actually gaining time when you take this practice. So to maximize your health and longevity, get back to nature. Let me talk about another way to get back to nature. Get plenty of natural sunlight and minimize artificial light, particularly in the evenings. Now, this might sound very counterintuitive to many of you. My doctor told me that I need to be wearing sunblock all day and that I shouldn't be outside. I should be inside because the sun's going to give me skin cancer. I am not a doctor. I don't have qualifications to tell you about this. However, I read medical journals avidly, and I can tell you that the medical journals support the advice that I have on this, the advice I follow myself. And in fact, there is a growing number of medical professionals who are starting to see this. I'll give you an example. If you get morning sunlight, it's especially important. Why? Because one thing that we have discovered, and this has been proven by many, many different studies now, morning sunlight stimulates the production of melatonin, the sleep hormone, and dopamine, the happiness hormone, in your brain. If you're not getting morning sunlight and you're having trouble sleeping and you're feeling sluggish throughout the day, that could be part of the reason why. Most of us we're cramped up in these little tiny boxes where we don't see any natural light. You need to start getting natural light. Another thing you can do is to start taking walks in nature or on the beach, particularly barefoot. Now, this is going to sound like a lot of, granola eating hippie advice to some of you guys, but I'm telling you that this is all backed up by hard science. There's a growing number of medical professionals who are moving in this direction because they're starting to see the wisdom in this. Another thing is, as I said before, is to eat real food. To extend your lifespan, learn about and focus on your mitochondrial health and repair. Okay, your mitochondria are the powerhouses of your cells. And by the way, one of the ways to recharge your mitochondria is to get natural light. There is even science now showing that your mitochondria behave like chlorophyll behaves in plants. One of the ways we get energy actually happens to be from the sun. And if we're not getting natural light, our mitochondria are not operating optimally. Now, another thing you need to do is to focus on the quality of your sleep. Now, if you're looking at an artificial screen at night before you go to sleep, you are sending a signal to your brain to stay awake. Particularly the blue spectrum of light is doing this to us. So most of us, we have this ritual. We flip on a screen, whether it's on the wall or in our hands or on our lap, and we look at artificial light. We watch YouTube videos. We watch Netflix videos. This is actually destroying our sleep because it's telling our bodies it's time to be awake. If you've been having a hard time falling asleep, this is one of the reasons why. And this is why I am so fanatical. A lot of my friends are like, Mark, hey, we're going to go out and hang out. And I'm like, sorry, buddy. I go to sleep when it's sundown. When the sun goes down, I go to bed. Okay? I flip on an audiobook, or I do, something I can do with the lights off. All right? There are things you can do. All right? Doesn't mean you have to go to sleep right away, but I keep the artificial light off. And I will tell you, I have split tested this personally multiple times. The mornings after being exposed to artificial light and the mornings after not being exposed to artificial light are radically different. My energy levels are radically different. Now, biohacking is all the rage these days. However, I was a biohacker before there was even a term for it. And the things I've done and experimented with on my own body have transformed my health, fitness, and productivity and cognitive function beyond anything I ever imagined possible. Today, I almost never get sick. My body fat is 8%. My mind, as you could probably guess by listening by now, is pretty clear and sharp. And I've gone from looking like this to this. Watch this video clip. What you guys see here is a rather difficult calisthenics move that is designed to boost your core strength. This will give you an idea of not just my body fat levels, but of my overall skill level. I am now 51 years of age, guys, and I looked like that in that video about 12 years ago. I went from that to looking like how I do now. That is possible for all of you. Now, let's talk about hedge number 2, your lifeboat business. Your lifeboat business. A lifeboat business is a business that is based upon 2 things: culture and systems. Culture and systems. Now, why would I say focus on culture and systems? You've probably heard, Mark, everyone told me just build a better mousetrap. Come up with a solution for everybody's problem. Here's the problem, guys. With the transition tribulation, with the technological singularity, the business battlefield is constantly changing. You may create the perfect product that solves a problem for people right now, and it could be rendered obsolete overnight. That's how fast things are changing in the business battlefield right now. If, however, you focus on your culture and systems, you have 2 things. You have a business that is highly pivotable. Highly pivotable. Imagine that the product that you were selling was suddenly rendered obsolete by a technological change overnight. Well, if you have your culture and systems in place, you can quickly pivot into another business model. Now, let me tell you about pivots, guys. Did you know that YouTube started out as a dating site? They failed as a dating site, but they discovered some technology that was really, really good at streaming. So they decided to pivot into being a video streaming service. All right. So if you think, oh my goodness, pivoting is going to be so hard for me, pivoting is going to be essential for you. In fact, if you're not ready to pivot on a dime in this new, very dynamic business battlefield, you are in serious trouble. Now, let me tell you one other reason why culture and systems is so important. Because let's imagine the transition tribulation really goes into full swing and your business is totally shut down and everybody goes broke. Everybody in your company is going to be looking for answers. And you might think, well, they could just go find another job. Those other jobs may not be available. Okay. They're going to be going to you. They're going to be looking to you as the leader for answers. And if you have a culture that you have built around yourself in your family and in your business, in your social network, and you have business systems, nothing can take that away from you because those business systems are still going to 90% be relevant, even if you totally pivot your business model. And that cultural relationship that you have built with your team is still going to remain valid no matter what. Now, I don't want you to just build a lifeboat business, guys. I want you to turn your lifeboat business into an ark. You may remember Noah's Ark. A lifeboat business is great. In fact, it's essential to your own personal survival. However, that is the minimum you need to stay afloat in this dynamic landscape. What you really want to build is an ark that will allow you to save not only yourself, but everyone you love and care about. Turn your lifeboat business into an ark. Let's talk about hedge number 3, guys. Big tech marketing independence. And this is one that I take personally because as one of the founders of everything going on inside Silicon Valley right now, and I see the way these guys are playing, and I see the tyrannical way these guys are behaving, I take this personally. Because those of us who were in the early days of Silicon Valley, our intention was to liberate humanity with technology. And they are using it for the exact opposite purpose right now. We need to change that. YouTube channels that have been dutifully uploading videos for years wake up to discover they have been banned and locked out of their accounts. That happened to a very close friend of mine not long ago. This gentleman, I don't know if he wants me to name his name or not, has been uploading videos for 10 years to YouTube, had a very, very popular channel. One morning he woke up and they said, you no longer have access to your account and we won't even let you download the videos that you uploaded. Facebook ad accounts are shut down on the whim of artificial intelligence and or low-level content policy enforcers. Merchant accounts are summarily shut down if a bank discovers you're involved in a business practice of which they do not approve. Pages and keywords that have ranked #1 in Google for years are all of a sudden gone from the search results overnight. This is the reality. Google, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram have turned into the big bullies. Okay? All right, now if you have had an ad account shut down, if you've suddenly lost search engine rankings, if you've had videos removed, if you've had a social account shut down, suddenly lost traffic from any of these sources due to algorithmic changes, I want you guys to type in the Talk to Mark box and tell me that that's happened. Because I can guarantee I do this demonstration live and half the room stands up. Half the room stands up. Okay, I've seen a lot of people. Yep. People are naming names of people they've seen it happen to. It's happened to some of you guys. It's probably happened to about half of you guys. All right. Now listen, let me tell you why this is going on. There are a lot of theories about why it's going on. Let me tell you one actual solid, absolutely verifiable reason why this is happening right now. Okay, let me tell you about what I call the long tail paradox. The long tail paradox. Now, the long tail was a book written by Chris Anderson. Chris Anderson was the founder of Wired magazine, and he made a profoundly interesting observation in the book. Profoundly interesting observation. The subtitle of the book was that the future of business was selling more of less. And Chris was partly right. Now, here's the theory. In the old days, before the internet, people would focus on, if you look on the left side of the diagram there, the items that were making the top sellers, the items that were selling more than the other volume of products. They didn't care about the items in their inventory that were selling onesies and twosies. So they would focus on that top 10% of their inventory. But Chris made a really powerful observation. He said, with a company like Amazon, where anybody can put a product up instantly, all you have to do is just radically expand your inventory and you can have an extremely profitable business. You don't have to worry about the left-hand side of the graph anymore. All you have to do is build out a really, really long tail. Now, Chris was partly right, and no disrespect to Chris, but there was part of this that he could not predict. He could not predict one of the unintended consequences of the long tail that I call the long tail paradox. I want you to look at this diagram. This is what Facebook looks like. On the left, you see all of the easy money from fewer customers. All right. These are the guys who are spending millions of dollars a day on Facebook advertising. Everybody on the right is one giant pain in the ass to Facebook. What Chris Anderson predicted was partly right, but he wasn't able to predict this. Now, you would think through long tail dynamics that Facebook should be saying, hey, we should be catering hand and foot to every single small, low-level advertiser, right? But that's not what's happening. They don't have the manpower to cater to every single person. So they're only paying attention to people who are spending millions of dollars a day. And in fact, if you're spending millions of dollars a day, you can get away with bloody murder in Facebook. Now, if you're not spending millions of dollars a day, AI or some low-level content enforcer is going to shut your ad account down overnight. They've basically got a knife to the jugular vein of your business, and some of us wake up in the middle of the night to discover that our jugular vein has been cut. So how do you fight against people who have millions of dollars a day to spend on advertising? You might think, well, my competition is in that boat. They're killing it on Facebook. How do I beat them? Well, in an infinite universe, there are infinite possibilities. There are infinite solutions to problems. Let me tell you about an extremely powerful concept that will help you. It is the art of what we call asymmetric warfare. Asymmetric warfare. Now, what you see here is a picture of a very famous fight. On the right, you see a man named Royce Gracie. On the left, you see a sumo wrestler named Akebono. Akebono. Now, to give you an idea of how enormous Akebono is, Royce Gracie is actually 6 feet 2 inches tall. He's 6'2". Akebono is a freaking giant. Now, who do you think won this fight? It would be very natural to assume that Akebono would win. Hoist Gracie won the fight. How? He used asymmetric warfare. What does that mean? Asymmetry. It means not level, not equal. Asymmetric warfare is all about a smaller foe beating a bigger foe. And we know case after case after case throughout history of smaller foes beating bigger foes. We know in the Vietnam War, that the North Vietnamese defeated the United States, even though we were greatly outnumbered. If you've ever seen the film 300, you will know that 300 Spartans held their own against the enormous mass of Persian hordes for a very, very long time, all through the art of asymmetric warfare. If you look and study the history of warfare as deeply as I have, you will know that it is not always the strongest who win. And in fact, if you use asymmetric warfare, it is often the smaller guy who wins because he is more clever. Now, let me tell you about one weapon in your asymmetric warfare toolbox in this new modern business battlefield. You may have heard people say conversion is king. Maximizing your conversion rates is what we in the military call a force multiplier. A force multiplier. Now, what is your conversion rate? It's the percentage of visitors to your website or your store who buy or take action. So if 100 people visit your site or your store and 2 buy, you have a 2% conversion rate. Why is conversion so important? All other things being equal, whoever has the highest conversion rate can outspend their competition and dominate the market. With a high enough conversion rate, nearly any traffic source can be profitable. So, how do you improve and maximize conversion rate? If conversion is king, I'd like to introduce you to a guy I call the king of conversion. Eric Graham is widely regarded as one of the world's foremost experts in the art and science of conversion rate optimization. I call him the world's foremost expert in the art and science of conversion rate optimization. Now, Eric says split testing is one of the most valuable skills any marketer, business owner, or entrepreneur can master. And Eric should know he's personally ran over 20,000 different split and multivariate tests over the past 25 plus years. He has even broken down conversion rate optimization into an exact, duplicatable scientific formula. Now, what you see here, this is Eric speaking on the stage in an event where he and I were keynotes. The audience was enthralled. I was sitting there taking notes. I actually bought the package he sold from the stage. Now, listen, guys, I'm the guy who invented the tracking pixel. I'm the guy who started doing funnels online. I started doing all this stuff first. Eric knows conversion and tracking better than I do. I don't have any ego at this point in my life. If I see a guy who does something better than me, I want to learn from him. I immediately walked to the back of the room and I said, hey man, I'm buying your package. And by the way, you and I need to talk. And boy, did we talk. We had a profoundly great conversation. Now, Eric gave me permission to share with you this formula. Now, this is Eric's proprietary formula, and he has an in-depth 12-week course that goes into each component of this formula and more. Now, because he sells that for nearly $3,000, out of respect to him and due to our time constraints, I can't share what each letter in the formula means. However, he gave me permission to tell you one of them, to give you a little hint. The TT stands for testing and tracking. Testing and tracking. And as you can see, the other 2 elements in the formula are multiplied by testing and tracking. Like I said, this is a force multiplier. Conversion rate optimization is asymmetric warfare at its finest. And you're leaving so much money on the table if you don't do this. Now, by the way, this is one of many asymmetric warfare tools that you need to master. I'm about to reveal another to you, and that leads us to secret number 3, how the biggest companies in the world grow massive customer lists without spending a dime on advertising. And guys, it's time. You are about to learn the single most profitable secret in the history of the world. However, I'm not going to just reveal it to you. I'm going to make you do a little bit of engagement. I'm going to make you do a little bit of mental work. All right. So if you guys are ready to learn the single most profitable secret in history, I want you guys to type in a heck yes, in the Talk to Mark box. There's about a 10-second delay here, guys, so it might be a second before I see your feedback. But again, I'm checking in with you to make sure that you're paying attention, to make sure that you're leaning forward, to make sure that you're really listening, okay? If you want to learn the single most profitable secret in the history of the world, I want you to type in, okay, there we go. We got less. All right, I've got from Brian here, please, 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 more mental work. Michael, heck yes. Roland, heck yes. Brian, heck yes. Ashley, yeah. All right, Graham says, heck yes. All right. Okay, we've got a lot of them coming in. All right, folks, I want you leaning forward, really leaning forward, because we're going to play a mystery game. And there is a reason why this is a mystery game. I need you to do a little bit of mental work here, because if I just tell you this secret, you're going to go, wow, that's really cool, and then you're not going to do anything about it. I know, and cognitive science shows us that the things that you work a little bit harder to figure out on your own, you're more likely to retain and more likely to take action on. So clues, and you guys are going to try to guess what the most profitable secret in history is. And if you've got guesses throughout, type your guess in the Talk to Mark box. Clue number 1, fries with that. Fries with that. When you guys walk into a McDonald's and you order a hamburger, what do they always ask you? They say, do you want fries with that? Now, by the way, in relation to our last conversation, I wouldn't recommend walking into McDonald's too often. All right? No offense to the McDonald's Corporation. They are brilliant marketers. They are a brilliantly run business. But I would not put anything that they serve in their store in my body under any circumstance whatsoever. But they're brilliant marketers. They are brilliant marketers. Why do they say, would you like fries with that? Something a lot of people don't know. The cost of selling a product to a new customer is 10 times the cost of selling a product to an existing customer. Every time they get an upsell with the fries, or an upsell for a supersize, or an upsell for a shake, or an apple pie, or a sundae, that's free money. It's free money. If they weren't doing this, they wouldn't be making anywhere near as much money. They wouldn't be as profitable. All right. Now, by the way, you'll notice if you go into McDonald's, and I hope you don't go into McDonald's very often, if at all, but if you go in there, you'll notice that they evolve this over time. Remember what Eric was talking about with testing and tracking and conversion rate optimization. McDonald's understands this. They are constantly testing and tracking different ways of maximizing the per dollar transaction value of every single customer that walks in the door. That's clue number 1. And by the way, if you think you get this yet, you probably don't. And by the way, so some of you guys are putting in some guesses, okay? So if you think that the most profitable secret in history is upsells, that's not it. It's not it. It's a tiny fraction of the single most profitable secret in history. You guys are right. We are talking about upsells, but it's a small fraction of a much, much larger pie. Now, let me give you clue number 2. You see another still frame here from the film that I was telling you about called Pirates of Silicon Valley, about the founding of Microsoft and Apple. And what you see on the right is Bill Gates. And what you see on the left are all of these IBM executives. All right. Now, a lot of people tell this story and they tell it for the wrong reason. In my estimation, this is the single most important moment in the history of the business world, period. The single most important moment in the history of business, period. But it's not for the reason most people think. Let me tell you the story most people tell you about this. IBM wanted to start competing in the personal computing business. They were only selling business machines up to that point. But when they saw the success of Apple, they said, well, we need to enter into that market. So they started building personal computers, but they didn't have an operating system for it. Now, Bill Gates didn't either, but he knew a guy who had one, and that guy wasn't smart enough to make that offer to IBM. So Bill Gates had the balls to walk into IBM without actually owning the operating system, pretend like he owned it, and then say, hey, we have the operating system that you need. He didn't actually own it. IBM said yes, and then Bill Gates had to figure out how to make the $50,000 that the owner of the operating system was going to sell it to him for. Now, that guy eventually got a settlement against Microsoft for $1 million because he felt a little ripped off with what Microsoft did with that. Now, that's the thing that most people tell you about this story. And hats off to Bill Gates. That's a great story in and of itself. But it pales in comparison to the real meaning of this story. That's not why I call this the most important moment in the history of business. It has absolutely nothing to do with what really matters. Now, that deal that they made with Microsoft, with IBM, is what launched Microsoft into the stratosphere. But there were 2 negotiation points that they made that made it absolutely, critically far more effective than it would have been had they not made these deal points. Deal point number 1 was, okay, we'll sell you the operating system. You just install it on all of your machines and you pay us for every unit. However, we must retain the customer relationship so we can sell them upgrades to the software. You know what the IBM executives said? They said, no problem. We know all the money's in the hardware. Now, in retrospect, you might laugh at that, but IBM didn't see the writing on the wall. They didn't see the future the way Bill Gates saw the future. Okay? People like Bill Gates and people who are able to look at trends and invent things that are ahead of their time are able to see things and are able to make more profitable decisions. He outsmarted IBM. The second most important decision that he made was another deal point. He said, we need to reserve the right to do this with other outfits. Now get this, IBM in all of their hubris said, well, we're IBM. Nobody can ever compete with us. Nobody can ever compete with us. So no problem. We'll let you do that. Now, what did this give Microsoft? What this gave Microsoft was customers handed to them on a silver platter for which they had to pay $0 in advertising. IBM had to do all the heavy lifting to acquire the customers. Bill Gates and Microsoft reaped all of the profits without taking any of the risk. That single moment is what launched one of the greatest fortunes in the history of the world. And most people misunderstand why that moment was so important. That is clue number 2. Let's go to clue number 3. You probably heard of the one-click upsell. This is something that my company actually invented many years ago. We were selling ebooks with the world's first ebook publishing company. We also started the world's first ad tracking company. Now, after a conversation with my great friend Joe Sugarman, he turned me on to this notion of cross-selling and upselling. And I realized, hey, wait a minute. None of us on the internet are doing that. We had what I now call the Apu problem. If you ever watch The Simpsons, you know Apu, who owns the Quickie Mart, what does he always say? After you buy, he always says, thank you, come again, right? This is what we were doing on the internet. Now, all of you guys know this now because everywhere you go, you're going through funnels. Well, back then, funnels didn't exist. Funnels didn't exist. Now, when we started doing this, we had ROIBot, this ad tracking service, on the thank you page of all of our ebook sales. We started saying, hey, just click this one button if you would like a free trial to our ad tracking service, ROIBot. Now, we optimized that up to a point where we were getting a 50% yes on that. And it got even better. I took that and I had a flash of insight one night and I said, why don't I start doing this with other people? Because by then, the ebook craze had caught on. There were all these other people selling ebooks on the internet. And I started calling them up and saying, hey, on your thank you page, you just say thank you. I'm going to give you a single line of code to embed into your thank you page. And I'm going to start making you money out of thin air. And I would start doing the math with them. And I would say, look, let me tell you what my numbers are, but let's use even conservative numbers. If you made 10% of what I'm making, let me show you how much money you would make by the end of the year residually if you say yes to this. That's clue number 3. And clue number 4 takes us all the way back to the Bible. King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. Now, there are probably about 4 or 5 different ways that we can analyze this story, but I'm going to zero in on one of them. Now, Queen of Sheba had mines. She had gold mines, but she didn't have any way to distribute her gold. King Solomon had ships. He had ships and he had trade routes all over the world, and he provided protection along those trade routes. That's another clue. That's another clue. Now, this one is a little bit more subtle than the first 3. And by the way, if you can really get this one, it will open your mind to the enormous possibilities of what we're going to be talking about here in a minute. So, have you guessed by now what the single most profitable secret in history is? Okay, I'm seeing some guesses. Partnerships and resources, middlemen, leverage, selling upgrades. Okay, I see lots and lots of interesting guesses here so far. Okay, guys, let me tell you, all of the guesses that you have made so far are good. They're good. They're good guesses. Somebody said mafia and security. Okay, interesting guess from Jay. Right, Nelson says positioning. These are all good guesses, guys. They're all good guesses. But it is a much, much larger concept. Now, by the way, when I reveal this concept to you, this is going to be just the entryway into a much larger room. I want you to imagine that the concept I'm about to reveal to you is in an enormous mansion filled with limitless wealth. Today, we are going to be entering the anteroom of that enormous mansion. You will not see the full potential of this yet. This is just going to be the beginning of it. But what this is like putting on a pair of goggles that is going to allow you to see money everywhere. Once you have this set of goggles on, you'll realize that you've been walking past money all this time. So the answer is something called integration marketing. In fact, this guy that you're listening to right now happens to be the guy who wrote the book on this. So what is integration marketing? Let me give you the acronyms. The integration marketing is the integration of a UMV into an existing IP. And by the way, IP does not stand for intellectual property, inside a T or T stream. What does that mean? What does that mean? Let's dig into that a little deeper. Let's dig into that a little deeper. Guys, if you could get this, this is going to be like putting on a pair of goggles that will help you see money that was heretofore invisible. What is a UMV? It is a unit of marketing value. A unit of marketing value. Now, what does that mean? It can be a brand message, an offer, a sale, a store, anything that adds a marketing impact to your business. Anything. Okay? This is much broader than you may realize yet. Hopefully, bells are starting to go off inside your head, but this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. What is an IP? It's an integration point. An integration point. Now, by the way, we're going to go back and we're going to look at the examples here in a moment to make sure that you understand how this fits in with each of the 4 clues. An integration point is the place where you put your unit of marketing value. And as we said, there are 2 types. A T or a T stream. That's a traffic stream or a transaction stream. Okay, there are transaction streams and traffic streams. What does that mean? A transaction stream is a place where a transaction is occurring. A traffic stream is a place where people simply are. There's not necessarily a transaction occurring yet. Let's dig in a little bit deeper. So what's the difference between a transaction stream and a transaction stream? Again, imagine that you've got a road where people are driving and you put a billboard up there. That's integration marketing. You have integrated a message into a traffic stream, but there's no transaction occurring there because you got people in their cars. They're just driving by. A transaction stream is a place where a transaction is actually occurring. So let's take a little quiz here. Let's take a little quiz. With clue number 1, when we said fries with that, what was the unit of marketing value? Let's see some guesses. Let's see some guesses. Now, I've got about a 10-second delay here, but I want to give you guys a chance to make some guesses. All right, and I'm not going to take too long, so we got to move on. All right, so I'm going to tell you the unit of marketing value was fries with that. The fries. Okay, excellent. Some of you guys are getting the answer. All right, beautiful. All right, many of you are getting it. Now, it's not always fries in McDonald's. Remember, they're upselling you on all kinds of things. There's all kinds of units of marketing value that McDonald's can use. Fries is just one easy to understand example. What was the integration point? It was the cash register. It's the moment where the transaction, the place where the transaction is occurring. Was it a traffic stream or a transaction stream? Obviously, it was a transaction stream. There's a transaction occurring right there. Now, the ROI bot one-click upsell. Ask yourself, what was the unit of marketing value? Just think for a second. It was the upsell of ROI bot, our ad tracking service. What was the integration point? The thank you page. Instead of saying, thank you, come again, we gave them an upsell. Was it a traffic or a transaction stream? It was a transaction stream because a transaction immediately occurred. Now, this one's a little more subtle. Microsoft plus IBM, the shrewdest business move of all time. What was the unit of marketing value? It was Microsoft DOS, the operating system that Microsoft was installing on all of the IBM machines. What was the integration point? In this case, it was the computer itself. They were actually pre-installing the operating system onto the computers, and they would ship them with Microsoft DOS installed. Was it a traffic or a transaction stream? It was actually a transaction stream. because you have to buy the computer, right? Obviously a transaction. Now, King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. Now, there are actually 4 or 5 different ways that this was an integration marketing deal. Let me tell you about but one that is actually kind of subtle. Now, we could probably do an hour to 2-hour conversation just about this one deal and just about King Solomon. But let me give you just a little hint. All right, what was a unit of marketing value? Well, she had gold mines. She had gold mines. All right. What was the integration point? What was the integration point? The integration point was the ships. Was the ships and the trade routes. All right. Now, was it a traffic stream or a transaction stream? It was a traffic stream. It was a transaction stream. But by the way, there was another unit of marketing value here. Just to let you know how subtle this gets. He provided protection to the Queen of Sheba's gold. All right, we could analyze this from about 4 or 5 different angles. And by the way, this was not the one thing that King Solomon did. There were many, many things that King Solomon did to amass his wealth. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But first, I want to show you guys a little video clip that is going to bring this all home. Now, are you guys getting this? If you don't get it yet, by the time you watch this video clip, you will totally get this, because I'm going to show you a very practical example of someone just like you and me who used these ideas to turn his entire life situation around. Pay very, very close attention to this brief video clip.
Will you just talk a little bit more about who you are? And I'm interested in finding out what part of business you're really passionate about and interested in.
That's a really good question. Well, I'm not so interested in business per se these days, but in business as a vehicle for other things, because I mean, I believe that money is just a symbolic representation of the transfer of value, you know, and it doesn't have to be that way in society. Society is that way right now because that's the system that we've developed. Before that, we had barter. So I'm more interested in just using business as a vehicle to give people a certain amount of freedom so that they can have an impact on the rest of the world. And that's kind of where I'm thinking these days.
If you were an entrepreneur right now and you had a business and you were doing a few $100,000 or $1 million or $2 million in business, which that's most of the people in this room.
Yeah.
And you were just, you know, really figuring it out. What are some things that you think, and some of these people are actually pretty good internet marketers, but what are some of the things you've learned that they might not know?
Well, one interesting phenomenon that I've tried to teach people over the years, and I say try because some of it has really stuck very, very well, and you'll understand why I say that in a second. And some of it, you know, some of the more advanced stuff, I try to tell people, look, you know, if you really want to take it to that next level, this is what you got to do, but there's a lot of effort involved. So that particular phenomenon or I guess exploit is something I call integration marketing. And there are 2 levels of it. There's a basic level and an advanced level. And it started out when we were doing ebooks in the early days, back when I remember calling people up saying, hey, you know, can I publish your book as an ebook? And they're like, nobody's going to buy an ebook. I want a book I can hold, right? And look at it now. It's obviously very different. But after the sale of the ebook and after people were opting into newsletters and things, I just sort of, all of a sudden it clicked with me that there was real estate that was sitting there that was underutilized, right? And a good friend of mine, Joe Sugarman, who was the pioneer of the infomercial, I remember him saying something about how when people would call in and order Blue Blocker, does anybody know the Blue Blockers? Yeah. And it's just, he's a genius with what he does. And when you call up to buy a pair of Blue Blockers, you don't walk away with one pair of Blue Blockers. You got some for your dog, you got some for your grandma. And the idea was, you know, upselling and cross-selling, right? And it sort of tuned me into that. I thought, oh, okay, people are doing this at McDonald's. I saw it everywhere. But then it didn't click with me for a little while, you know, until I was looking at what was going on online, that it wasn't happening online. So I said, okay, look, on the thank you page of these ebooks, we'll give people this offer for this service we had called ROI Bot, which was like the first ad tracking company on the net. And we said, look, for free for the first month, you know, because we had their credit card details. It was beautiful. Just click this and you get a free month. And then, you know, you can cancel anytime, but, you know, you can continue on with this. Probably a few people in here might remember those early days. But that was the beginning of something that was really powerful. But now everybody's doing that now, right? Everybody's putting not everybody, but a lot of smart guys are putting upsells on. I noticed you do it. You know, I mean, guys are sort of even trailing cross sells and upsells and downsells and taking that to new levels. If you're not doing that, you're out of your mind, because it's just such easy money. But you have to do it in an honest way. Like a lot of guys will do this bait and switch thing. You know, like with a landing page, if somebody comes in and makes a promise, now you guys don't do this at all. You guys are very upfront. You guys promise something and you deliver what's promised. You give the value. But some people say, hey, just give me your name and email address and we'll give you all this stuff. And then you find out on the next page, well, actually, no, we're not going to give it to you. You got to buy this other thing, right? So that's not the way to be doing the upselling. That's a bait and switch, which is kind of a scam, you know? Anyway, that's basic integration marketing. The idea is you're integrating one marketing process into another of your marketing processes, right? Now that's extremely powerful, and that will double, triple, quadruple your profit when you start doing that right, and you get, you know, the optimization correct.
Do you have any case studies of that, or could you talk to a couple of examples?
Well, the earliest examples, you know, were again on the back end of the ebooks. You know, we had a free offer for the 1 month of ROI Bot, which is amazingly effective, by the way, because you've got a double thing going on there. Not only have you selected for people who are interested in something, but you qualified people as the buyer, and now you're giving them a super low risk deal. And we got it to a point where we had the conversion up to about 50%. Like 50% of the people who bought the ebook were doing the free trial, which was, I mean, it's an insane rate. But here's where it got really cool, right? So the advanced thing, and when this idea clicked in my head, I literally could not sleep. Like it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was like jittering, man, I got to talk to somebody about this and get this going. And I said, wait a minute. So there were a few people by then doing the ebooks on their own. This is right by around like 97 when it started to pick up, and other people were doing it. And I said, hey, why don't I find, you know, people selling products that, you know, are of similar interest to the same market and offer this on their thank you pages, because nobody was doing it. And like, when I saw that, I realized, my God, that opens up this insanely cool channel where, I mean, there's really no limit of the partnership you can get. So I went through a hassle trying to explain this to my marketing staff because they just didn't get it. And I had this little shtick down where I'd call them up on the phone. I finally created this thing on the fly where I'd call up a prospect who I was going to offer this to, and I would say, hey, look, how many, you know, orders are you getting a day? And of course they're going to exaggerate, right? Which only works in my favor in that case because it makes it sound better. So they would tell me how many sales, and I'd say, look, we're getting 50% on this. Let's just say conservatively, you guys get 5%. You guys are doing nothing with your thank you page now. And by the way, you can still find these deals. Go buy stuff or opt into stuff and where nothing happens on the thank you page. Like how many percentage of the time do you see that? Like what, 75% where nothing happens? So we would go out and we find these deals, call these guys up, and I would do a little math. I'd have even like a little clickety-clack calculator there, you know, doing the math for them. And I would basically show how at the end of a year, this is how much money we would pull out of thin air for them by doing this, just by adding like a little line of code onto their thank you page and integrating the offer. Now, that single idea, that construct, blew up our business more than anything else. We went from being a pretty successful business, like, I mean, outrageously successful. Now, there are a few guys, actually, there's one guy in the room. Is Telman Knudsen in here? Telman, I taught this to a couple of years ago. Telman and his crew.
Hey, Telman.
Telman is a genius marketer over there. He and his crew, and he's got an amazing group of guys that he works with, they're actually taking this to heart now, and they're going out and they're finding these deals. And I don't know if we can get results from Telman on that, but I mean, if you want to hear from Telman how he's doing, but that's been a transformative impact on his business. Is that fair to say?
So just, you want to talk to that for just a sec?
Yeah, the tactic, the principle that Mark's sharing with you guys here, I mean, 3 years ago, I started a business on $50 in my apartment, you know, and we've applied this very, very aggressively. I don't know what, past 2 years more or less. It's our primary marketing tactic, is we go out and we find situations where people are working really hard and they're making a little bit of money, and we find ways so we can help them, you know, double, triple, quadruple how much money they're making. There was one situation where we applied this with Harris Fellman and Merlin Holmes from 12-Week Intensive. They were doing a teleseminar series, and we took a look at their thank you page. We applied this with the Viral Marketing Chemistry Set, which was a product that Mark and I created together. I think we generated something like $80,000 extra in sales in a 13-week period.
Let's focus on the word extra for a second here.
Extra.
Right?
It was a five minutes of work. It was literally 5 minutes of work, and we generated an extra 80 grand. Half of it went to Harrison Merlin, half of it went to us, and it turned into a pretty good story. So, that was just one example that a lot of people saw, at least in the internet marketing community. And we've gone on to do this all over the place, not only with our marketing and internet products, but we have all these self-improvement and attention deficit disorder products that we apply it to across the board as well. It's very, very powerful. And the best part is when you call somebody up, it's not hard to convince them to spend 5 or 10 minutes to potentially double or more their sales, depending on how good your system is. And it costs nothing up front. It costs zero up front. And you end up building some really, really great relationships with other businesses. So I have to, take my hat off to Mark for teaching me that. It is incredibly, incredibly powerful. And if you just do a little tiny bit of that, 1 or 2 days a week, you can exponentially increase the amount of sales that you're getting. It's very, very powerful.
Thanks.
I would like to. I would like to nominate that idea as the best single new internet marketing tactic that I've heard this year, probably.
Wow.
Okay, guys, it's starting to make a little bit more sense now after watching that. Would you like to have a before and after story like that in your life? Are you starting to see the possibilities? Let me know, guys. Talk to me in the Talk to Mark box. I want to hear. I need to know you guys are still here paying attention, because, by the way, you may think you see the full potential now. You don't quite see it yet, and I'm going to be demonstrating that to you here in a second, because it is much bigger than you think. But I just want to hear from you. Is it making more sense? Are you starting to see the possibilities? Are you starting to see more opportunity in front of you? You've got the goggles on already, guys, but we got to start wiping some of the fog away from the goggles. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. In a minute here, I'm going to be telling you about the 10-minute call that netted me $1,000 a week for the last 10 years. But I need to hear from you guys. Is it making more sense? Is it making more sense? Do you want results like that? Okay, all right. I'm starting to see a lot. All right, excellent, beautiful. All right, I'm seeing them come in now. Right, now guys, you got to bear with me. There's this little delay. There's this little time delay. All right, okay, good. Steve, yes, awesome. Okay, Barry, yes, beautiful. All right, okay, good. All right, now let me give you guys one more example of a way that this is working. I want to tell you a story about a 10-minute call that netted me $1,000 a week for the last 10 years. There is a man now who has one of the most popular podcasts in the world. One of the most popular podcasts in the world. I started a deal with him 10 years ago. Took me 10 minutes to do it. Once we set it up that was it. I didn't have to do anything again. From that point forward, I've been making approximately around $1,000 a week from that one integration marketing deal. So I want you guys to start to think about that. Setting up one integration marketing deal can open up a stream of revenue in your business that lasts the long haul. Now, let me give you another peek at this. All right. So integration marketing is actually 4 different opportunities. JV and affiliate marketing is one tiny slice of but one of the 4 different opportunities that integration marketing represents. So if you think, we're just talking about JV marketing and affiliate marketing. Don't confuse that. Integration marketing is so far beyond old school affiliate and JV marketing. This is just one small slice of but one of the 4 ways to make money with integration marketing. In fact, we have what are called the 4 cash cows of integration marketing. Cash cow number 1 is the integration marketing deal broker cash cow. No product, no business, no problem. Become an integration marketing deal broker. Bonus, it's a bolt-on side hustle opportunity for anyone to add to any business or agency. It's for freelancers, coaches, or consultants. Now, how does this work? If you know someone with a unit of marketing value and someone else with an integration point, be it a traffic stream or a transaction stream, and you put these 2 people together, it's as simple as this. Hey, would you like for me to make money come out of thin air for your business? And if so, would it be okay if I got a small slice of that? Now, if you got that offer, would you say yes to it? Would you say yes? You would be crazy to not say yes. The integration marketing deal broker is probably the easiest job on the planet. And in fact, if I were to start from nothing, if I lost all of my culture and systems, if I didn't have the lifeboat business that I have right now, I would go out and I would start being an integration marketing deal broker. Why? Because I have the goggles on. I can see through these lenses very, very clearly what's going on. All right. That's just cash cow opportunity number 1. And by the way, every single one of you should be looking for that constantly. You should be looking for that constantly. All right. Now let's move on to cash cow number 2, the traffic stream owner. The traffic stream owner. What does that mean? Anyone who owns any kind of a traffic stream, a content website, a social media following, a YouTube channel, a billboard, a TV show. All right. Right now, the way most of us make money is we go in and we connect into these ad networks. All right. And what do? They pay us a tiny, tiny fraction of what our traffic is actually worth. They pay us a tiny, tiny fraction of what our traffic is actually worth. Instead of getting the pittance that Google pays you with Google AdSense, what you need to do instead is start using integration marketing there. You will make far more money and you will not be at the mercy of the people who own those ad networks. Okay, there are 2 great benefits to that. Let's talk about cash cow number 3, the unit of marketing value owner. Anyone who owns a unit of marketing value of any type and is willing to pay a traffic or transaction stream owner every time a desired result, a sale or a lead, etc., is generated. Now, when I talk to you about that 10-minute deal that has netted me $1,000 a month for the last 10 years, I was using cash cow opportunity number 3. Now, the gentleman that I did that deal with, he was using cash cow opportunity number 2. And it has remained remarkably consistent. Now, think about this, guys. When I make a deal like that with somebody, I don't have to pay for advertising. I don't have to pay a dime for advertising. I get customers handed to me on a silver platter, and I don't have to pay anything unless the result that I want is generated. It's a fantastic opportunity for me, and it's a fantastic opportunity for the other guy. Now, let's talk about cash cow number 4, the transaction stream owner. Now, by the way, if you are a unit of marketing value owner, you are also going to be a transaction stream owner. So anyone who conducts any kind of a transaction, online or offline, anywhere in the world, has the opportunity to do this. Let me give you an example of how this may work. Let's imagine that you've got a beautiful funnel already set up. Let's imagine that you've got a beautiful funnel already set up, and you've already got upsells and downsells, and you've already got follow-up emails, and you've maximized that, you've optimized it. Well, guess what? There is still potential money sitting in that list. You can add, for example, an additional upsell from somebody else. I'll tell you one way I did this with a lot of companies. They would go through their entire funnel, and then they would deliver the product. And on the first page of the individual product delivery, they would say, hey, you're about to get a lot of information. You're about to get blasted with a lot of information. However, to be able to handle that, you need a productivity platform. So the absolute best productivity platform on the planet is, of course, Simpleology. If you're not a Simpleology member yet, go sign up for Simpleology before you start taking our course. Now, that's something every single one of you guys can do. And by the way, that has brought in thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Simpleology members by setting up a deal like that. And as long as that business remains in business, they're going to continue sending us free traffic. Okay. Now, I want you guys to understand something very, very powerful here. Okay. I want you to imagine a table with one leg. I want to talk a little bit more about just one of the cash cows. Remember how integration marketing is actually 4 cash cows, right? And each of those cash cows is this giant, giant piece. Now, cash cow number 3 is a giant, giant pie, but JV and affiliate marketing is but a tiny slice of that. It's a tiny slice of that. Now, let me show you how critically important it is to get cash cow number 3 going. And remember, you really need to do all 4 of these, but for now, let's just talk about cash cow number 3 for a second. Okay? Now, if you imagine a business that is built on Facebook, where all of your traffic is coming from Facebook, I want you to think of that as a table with one leg. If Facebook comes in and cuts off your traffic one day, all right, what do you have? You don't have a table anymore. You have a useless hunk of wood. The table is a metaphor for your business, guys. If all you're getting your traffic from is Facebook, you have a table with one leg, and you are at great, great risk. I want you to compare that with a table with 1,000 legs. Now, if you look in the upper right corner there, you'll see a table with one leg. If you look in the lower left, you'll see a table with 4 legs. It's a bit more stable. But even if you have 4 legs, if you chop off one, you can see that the table is starting to look a little shaky. That table couldn't hold a bowl of rice. The rice bowl is going to slide off. But if you look in the upper left, you see a table with 1,000 legs. A table with 1,000 legs. When you have a table with 1,000 legs, if you cut off 100, the table is still standing strong. And guess what, guys? King Solomon had multiple integration marketing partners. In addition to his biblically famous gold trade agreement with the Queen of Sheba, he had dozens of other similar deals and trade routes coming out of Edom, Arabia, Africa, Judea, and as far away as India. He constructed an elaborate and profitable web of integration marketing alliances. Solomon built hundreds of merchant ships manned by both Israelite and Phoenician sailors. How far did those fleets travel to amass such wealth? We don't know, really, but the scriptures tell us the sailors sometimes required 3 years to make a round-trip voyage because the distance was so great. The wealth accumulated by this maritime traffic is astounding, even by modern standards. Again, this was the greatest fortune in the history of the world. $4 trillion, $2 trillion of which was liquid. Now, I'm not sure why you showed up today. Perhaps you read your roadmap to money in 2020 and it scared the hell out of you. It may be because you're fed up with big tech censoring, blocking, or shutting down your ads and content. It may be because you want to start finally getting your business and marketing to actually work. Or perhaps you're just overwhelmed by everything you think you have to do to grow your business and want a better way to have more time, money, and freedom. Whatever your reason for showing up, remember, this is not just theory. This is exactly what I did to grow my own business empires. And as I've already proven and shown you, this is exactly what every wealthy person or successful company in history, from King Solomon to Bill Gates, has done. So let me ask you an important question. Are you just going to think to yourself, wow, Mark just shared some amazing value and information? Or are you going to take action? Type action in the Talk to Mark box if you're an action taker and are willing to actually do what I'm recommending. Guys, I want to see a stream of action takers. I want to see a stream of action takers. I don't like working with people who are not action takers, because if you're not an action taker, you're just wasting my time. You're just wasting my time. Type in the Talk to Mark box action if you're an action taker and are willing to do what I'm recommending. I want to see a flood of actions coming in here. Okay, Bob, action taker. Marie, action taker. Jonas, action taker. Phil, action taker. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yes. Okay, I love this group. I love this group. I love what I'm seeing here. Now, guys, let me tell you about my mission. I am on a mission right now, and you can probably hear it in my voice. My mission right now is to unshackle you from the bonds of the ad platforms, to unshackle you from the tyranny of the people who have been amassing unfair advantage, preventing everyday folks like you and me from being able to get a fair slice, to get a fair shake. I'm tired of these people running the world that way. And I want you to not only be financially free, but to not have to depend on anyone. To not have to depend on anyone. That is my mission in life right now. That is why I dedicate every waking moment of my life to make this happen for as many people as possible. And I want you to be one of them. However, 2 hours together is just too short. I can't cover 30 plus years of business growth and marketing experience in just a couple hours. However, it's my hope and prayer that I've at least opened your mind to what is possible, particularly when you take action and begin down this path to ascension. When you commit now to not just building a lifeboat business to stay afloat, but creating an entire ark to not just save yourself, but everyone you care about. Now, I want to ask you guys a question. Did I deliver real value? Did I keep my promise? Remember, at the beginning of this masterclass, I made you 2 promises. Number 1, I promised that if you pay attention and take action, this information can transform your business and your life. Do you see how that is possible? Did I deliver and keep my promise to you? I want you to type yes in the Talk to Mark box if you learned something of value today. I want you to type yes. There's a 10-second delay here, so I got to wait to see your responses. Okay. Okay, Billy, yes. Preston, yes. Marie, yes. Dave, yes. Okay, wow, thank you. Okay, seen a lot of kind words here. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right, this is why I do this. This is why I do this. Okay, I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed right now from all the feedback you guys are giving. Thank you. Thank you. But listen, guys, I don't want just accolades, guys. I don't want just accolades. That makes me feel good, but I want more. I need more. I need you guys to take action. So now remember, I also promised you that if you stayed to the end, not only would you get the slides from this presentation, my rare confidential internet intelligence manuscript that I don't even sell anymore, and an Ask Me Anything Q&A session that's going to start here in a moment, but I also promised and asked your permission to tell you about a way to implement everything we just talked about into your business faster and easier. Well, by now it should be pretty obvious. It's very important to me. I always keep my promises. So to keep my promise, I've created something special just for you. Because you're still here, one of my core beliefs in life is working with and rewarding action takers just like you, and only action takers. So because you signed up for this masterclass, showed up for this masterclass, and are still with me watching this masterclass, you now know the single most profitable secret in history. So let me reward you by taking you personally by the hand to help you implement this secret into your business. And I want to introduce to you something profound. I'm so proud of what my team and I put together here. Introducing the Solomon's Arc Ascension Plan. It is the single most comprehensive business growth and wealth protection system ever assembled. Now listen, I'm about to overwhelm you with what's in this package, but I want you to pay very close attention to those words. We talk about Noah's Ark. We talk about King Solomon. Solomon's Ark was the best metaphor we could come up with to help you understand what this really means. But the word ascension plan, I want you to pay attention to that, guys, because ascension means step by step. I'm going to show you what's inside of this, and you're going to be like, wow, this is too much. I want you to not worry about that, because this is an ascension plan. I start you at the beginning. I start you at the beginning, and then we take you one step to the next, to the next, to the next. One step to the next, to the next, to the next. So no matter where you are in your business right now, we start with you where you are. We get you to master the most important thing first. And then we take you to the next level and to the next level. It is an ascension plan. Now, when I say it's comprehensive, trust me, I mean it. Bear with me here and pay attention, because you're about to get $1 million marketing education when you watch every step of how I craft and explain this offer. You may even want to take notes. Now, what's included inside Solomon's Arc Ascension Plan? The first thing you're going to get is the Integration Marketing Masterclass. It's an 8-week intensive course. Week number 1, I show you how to capitalize on cash cow opportunity number 1, the Integration Marketing Deal Broker. No product, no traffic, no experience, no problem. I do a deep dive showing you the limitless numbers of ways you can turn cash cow opportunity number 1 into money out of thin air. And by the way, every single one of you watching should be able to do cash cow opportunity number 1. Week number 2, I'm going to show you cash cow opportunity number 2, the traffic stream owner. This is going to show you how to turn your traffic assets into cash, far more cash than you'd be making if you were putting in those silly ad widgets. Week number 3, I'm going to show you cash cow opportunity number 3. We're going to do a deep dive on that. It's all about market domination on a $0 ad budget. So if you want to start building sales for your product on services on a $0 ad budget, all you've got to do is watch week number 3, and we do a deep dive on that. Week number 4, we get into cash cow opportunity number 4. And as the transaction stream owner, I'm going to show you how to make extra dollars from thin air. Guys, there is so much extra money sitting inside your business that you're not aware of. I'm going to show you how to wipe off more of the fog around the goggles that you just put on so that you can see more money and more opportunity. Week 5, I'm going to give you a live launch kimono lift part 1. In that part, I'm going to show you rapid product creation secrets. You get a behind the scenes look at a live launch I'm running in real time. And in part 1, I'm going to show you exactly how I created a product from thin air, all of the tricks I used, all of the secrets I use. I'm going to be showing you a whole bunch of different ways that you can generate products almost instantly. It's so much easier than you realize. Some folks watching right now are sitting there going, well, I don't have a product yet. If you watch just this, within a couple of days, you will have a product. Week 6, I'm going to show you the live launch kimono lift part 2. This is week 1 of the live launch. You're going to watch the first steps in my own launch, warts and all. I'm going to show you the mistakes I made, the things I would have done better, the things I learned, the things I did right, the things I did wrong. Week number 7, you're going to get live launch kimono lift part 3. This is the second week of that launch. I'm going to show you how I pivoted in the second week of my live launch and why I had to make a critically important decision there. And you're going to understand why I did that. Week number 8, you're going to get live launch kimono lift part 4, the perfect product rollout template. The template that I follow to ensure I squeeze every last dollar out of every product rollout that you can use as well. Now, the value of this is $2,997. And by the way, I haven't even told you everything that is part of the Integration Marketing Masterclass. And pretty much everything I'm going to show you here is much, much richer than what I have time to show you. Let me give you one example of what else is included in this. One other thing that is included is I took a guy who had 0 business experience and I took him through cash cow opportunity number 3. Again, this is a guy who had 0 business experience. I gave him templates. I gave him process maps. I showed him tips and tricks and secrets, every little thing that he needed to understand, so that by the end of our time, he left thinking, oh, wow, I could actually do this. And this was a guy with 0 business experience. And then I took 2 other guys with 0 business experience and took them through levels 2 and levels 3. Guys, I could carry on about what is inside the Integration Marketing Masterclass. But again, don't be overwhelmed because this is an ascension plan. Okay, I'm going to take you step by step through all of this. Do not be intimidated by the size. We are going to build you up from the square foundation. All right. And then we're going to start building on that foundation and we're going to take this higher and higher and higher. The next component is you get lifetime membership to Integration Marketing Society. This is your new secret society, guys. And by the way, this is also your new social network. Inside, you're going to find the Integration Marketing Society Deal Room. This is a community I built on an alternative social media platform called Minds. Minds is a decentralized social network alternative to Facebook that is dedicated to the values of free speech. All right? We are not going to have the same kind of worries that we would have had we built this on Facebook. We're not going to have to worry about waking up one morning and finding out that Facebook cut our throat. This is a decentralized free speech platform. I need you to start using this as your new social network. Guys, use Facebook for as long as you can. Squeeze every dollar out of it as much as you can. But don't be wasting your time there posting your food selfies and your lolcats. I need you to start getting inside the Integration Marketing Society Deal Room and making that your social network. because that is where you're going to make more money with your social time. Now, there's a little bonus that we get inside the Integration Marketing Society deal room. One of the things that you can do is you can make deal pitches, but you can also make Integration Marketing Society social media post boosts. You can tell people, hey, I just posted something on Insta. Will you guys all go to Insta and give me some share love? I just posted something on YouTube. Will you give me some likes and comments? We can leverage the power of this growing group. Now, by the way, I have been hand selecting the people thus far into this group. I intend for this group to be enormous, but we are hand picking every single person that we have in there. And we have some of the greatest business rock stars on the planet already in the group. You are going to get to rub elbows with those guys. Now, another thing that you get inside Integration Marketing Society is you get access to the Integration Marketing Society Developer Network. Have you ever had trouble hiring a software developer? Have you ever had trouble hiring a software developer? I imagine many of you have hired software developers and they have ripped you off, or they have creeped in extra money, or they didn't build things the way you wanted it to, or it was broken, or they just ran off with your money completely. I hear horror stories like this all the time. The Integration Marketing Society Developer Network contains developers that I have worked with and I have trusted my business with for decades. These are people who know how to do at a reasonable price every possible thing you could want to do inside integration marketing. And when I say I trust these guys with my business, I mean I trust them with my life, because that's how seriously I trust my business. And I have told all of the members of the Integration Marketing Society Developer Network to be ready to expand, because as we grow Integration Marketing Society, they're going to need to be ready to expand to your needs. These are people I trust my life with. So if you have not been able to find good developers, I have solved that problem for you as well. Now, here's another thing you get, guys. Every week, you get access to Integration Marketing Society weekly calls. That is a weekly call live with me. Now, every single time we do live Q&A, and the content varies each time. Sometimes I take a member and I do a breakdown of their business live in front of everybody. Maybe I'll do a breakdown of your business, if you're brave enough, in front of the entire society. All right? And we'll get real with each other about what's actually going on in your business. And I will create you a plan, a turnaround plan for your business. Sometimes I have guest experts come in and share useful knowledge. Every week, you're going to get live Q&A with me, and you're going to get new, up-to-date information that is going to keep you feeling really pumped and up-to-date with what's going on in the business world. And in this very dynamic landscape, it is very critical to be up-to-date with what is important. We are going to be culling through everything out there to find out what you actually need to know and keep you abreast of what is important. Now, the value of that is $5,000 per year. That is the current price of Integration Marketing Society membership. You guys, as members of Solomon's Arc Ascension Plan, are going to get lifetime membership. So the value is $5,000 per year, but the actual value is that plus the future annual price of Integration Marketing Society times however many years you live, because we will very likely be increasing the price. Now, as King Solomon said in Proverbs 15:22, in a multitude of wise counselors, victory is assured. And when you are part of Integration Marketing Society, you are going to be surrounded by wise counselors. I handpick everyone who gets in there. Now, as John Assaraf, New York Times #1 best-selling author, said, Mark is a walking encyclopedia of practical, creative, and usable, here's what works material. You are going to get access to me live once a week inside of Integration Marketing Society. But guys, that is just one component of what you're going to get today. You're also going to get the word of mouth transformation kit. This is all about how to do real viral marketing. And as you may know, word of mouth is the most powerful force in marketing. Why do I say that? Imagine you're sitting around a dinner table. You know, it could be, if you're in the United States, it could be Thanksgiving. If you're in the East, it could be, you know, a Chinese New Year meeting. And you and your uncle both have a back problem. And then you go to that same gathering next year and your uncle suddenly doesn't have a back problem anymore, but you have a back problem. And you ask him and you say, Uncle, why, you know, you look like you've solved your back problem. And he says, well, I just bought this cream and I started rubbing it on my back and immediately my back problems went away. Would you even think twice before going to buy that product? Of course not, because you know, like, and trust and love your uncle, and it worked for him. You have an idea that it's going to work for you. That's the power of word of mouth. Now, if you see an ad for a product somewhere, you're skeptical. But when you hear about it from somebody you love, you automatically trust it. That's why word of mouth is so critical. So this is going to open up yet another stream of traffic into your business. Yet another stream of traffic. This is going to be building more traffic on top of what you're going to be building with integration marketing. And you're going to embark on a full year of legal corporate espionage as you spy on the moves of a company that does $10,000 a day in sales without lifting a marketing finger, as I personally guide them to the next level. And by the way, at the end of that year, they doubled their sales just by doing what you're going to learn inside of word of mouth transformation. You're going to learn every word of mouth move they made under my guidance over the year. Each week they made specific, simple improvements to their business that you can easily follow along with too. This is a 52-week plan. And by the way, every single one of these improvements is easy to make. You'll follow along with the exact same guidance and training I've given them word for word. You guys get to hear the recordings of my counseling with them. Remember, guys, duplicate what works in your business. This is paint by numbers simple. This is your 52-week step-by-step action plan that will consistently boost the healthy word of mouth your business receives week after week. And the value of this is $1,997. And that is what we charge for this every single day. Now, here's some words from Chet Holmes. You guys may have heard of the late Chet Holmes. He passed away recently. Sad to miss the guy. Beautiful, beautiful man. He said clearly, Mark Joyner has done for internet marketing what Jay Abraham did for direct marketing. I was very, very flattered to receive that from Chet Holmes. Now let's talk about the next component, Fire Mission Academy. What's that all about? Same effort, 16 times the profit. You're going to learn the exponential growth secret. Okay, now this isn't really just 16 times. It's actually exponential. And if I could show you guys a graph right now, I would show you what that means. And if you could wrap your head around the potential of that, your mind would be blowing right now. If you understand what exponential growth means, I'm going to show you how to unlock actual exponential growth in your business. Okay? And by the way, you don't have to do more work. You just have to change the way you're doing things. And you also never have to wonder again, what should I do next? And I'm going to show you the forever fix for bad business habits. I'm going to show you the mathematical formula for obscenely relentless business focus. There's actually a mathematical formula for this. I'm going to show you the stealth psychological triggers that turn stone-faced cold prospects into raving, shut up and take my money fans. I'm going to show you the secret to running your business while you have a day job so you can finally quit if you so choose. I'm going to show you how to make your business thrive without you. And I'm going to show you what I call the hidden human control panel. Inside every human being is a control panel. And if you know how to push these buttons, you know how to get them to buy your products. I'm going to show you the 7 golden keys your business must have to survive in the next 5 years. And I'm going to show you what I call the whales of scale. Does all of that sound good to you guys? I want to hear if you guys want this. All right. Tell me if you would like a little piece of that. The retail value of that is $1,997. Let me see some feedback. Does that sound like something you would like to experience in your business? Would you like to see exponential growth in your business? Now, by the way, let me tell you a little side story about Fire Mission Academy. My brother, okay, I love all these. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. All right, I'm loving all these responses. Let me tell you something else about Fire Mission Academy a lot of people don't know. I built this for my brother, guys. I built this for my brother, my actual blood brother. All right, I'm so proud of this guy. He was an F-18 pilot in the U.S. Navy, and he retired. He retired so his wife, who was also an F-18 pilot, she was the first female fighter wing commander in history and is now an aircraft carrier group commander. All right. He retired so she could continue on with her career. And he asked me, he said, Mark, I want to start a business. Will you help me? And I thought, well, yeah, finally I get a chance to help my big brother I'm so proud of. Finally. But I had a thought that night. I thought, holy crap, what if I get hit by a bus tomorrow? I'm not going to be able to help my brother with his business. That is why I created Fire Mission Academy. I built it so that I could make it as if I had my arm around my own brother to guide him through the growth of his business. So that even if I weren't here, I could rest assured that he would be able to provide for his family. That's how much care I put into this. The next component you're going to get is Juggernaut Academy. I'm going to show you how to master the everyman's superpower, something I call the everyman's superpower. This is something everyone has inside of them that is waiting to be unlocked. I'm going to show you how to overcome the single force preventing you from getting anything you want. I'm going to show you the mindset trick that allows you to endure the most devastating hardships a human can experience. I'm going to show you Thomas Edison's secret weapon. And I'm going to show you a daily 60-second ritual that activates your everyman superpower, like Clark Kent stepping into a phone booth, and much, much more. And the retail value for that we sell every day for $197. I'm also going to give you Charisma Academy. Remember, I told you earlier, charisma is a learnable skill, even if you have a face made for radio. Okay, charisma isn't about your looks, guys. So if you think, hey, I'm not the most handsome person in the world, it doesn't matter. You can still be highly charismatic. And you may remember, charisma is one of the skills I told you about. You'll notice I told you that there are certain skills that you need to master in these coming days to be survivable. This package is loaded with all of those skills. You may be starting to notice a pattern here. All of the skills that I told you are essential to master are included in this package. I'm going to show you how Steve Jobs and Bill Clinton developed what is called a reality to distortion field that built cult-like followings. Now, you guys may not know this or not, but the iPhone really wasn't anything new. There was stuff just like the iPhone all over the world right now. But Steve Jobs, with his reality distortion field, and he built such a powerful cult around himself that the iPhone dominated that market. Okay? And yeah, maybe it has a little something to do with the way they built the product, but I will tell you right now, it has a lot more to do with the reality distortion field that he built around himself. And this is why Bill Clinton is so successful. There are a lot of people who question the guy, and I'm not going to get into politics. I don't care where you lean politically. None of that matters to me. But there are people who know things about Bill Clinton that make them question him, but they still love him because of the reality distortion field. That is a learnable skill. I'm going to show you how to build your inner charisma so people will fall in love with you at first sight. That is actually something you can reverse engineer. I'm going to show you the key to making fearless and unforgettable first impressions every single time. And you've probably heard there is no way to make up for a bad first impression. How would you like to have a fearless and unforgettable first impression? Now, if you have trouble meeting people, this is going to overcome that problem for you forever. If you're shy, this is going to overcome that problem for you forever. I'm going to show you the trick to never run out of things to say and make every conversation effort and enchanting. Have you ever been in one of these awkward conversations where you're sitting there, maybe talking to somebody that you're attracted to or that you want to do business with, but you don't know what to say? Guys, there's a forever fix for this, okay? I'm going to show you a way to never run out of things to say and make every conversation effortless and enchanting. And I'm also going to show you how to turn passing acquaintances into lucrative allies and BFFs. There is a big difference between an acquaintance and an ally and a BFF, a best friend forever. And I'm also going to show you the subtle art of what I call Karis Jitsu that turns enemies into allies. If you've got any enemies in your life right now, you can turn that around. You can turn that around with Karis Jitsu. And believe me, it's not good to have enemies. I would much rather see you turn them into allies. And I do this with almost all of my enemies. And I'm going to show you your simple one-page cheat sheet to guarantee every new person you meet is eating out of the palm of your hands within minutes. If you're going to walk into a networking room or you're about to meet a new potential romantic partner, all you got to do is pull out this cheat sheet, load all this information up. You are going to walk in there with zero fear, and you are going to get whatever the outcome of that engagement is that you want. And we sell that every day for $197. You're also going to get the 7-day business turnaround kit. The 7-day business turnaround kit gives you 12 tactics you can put into action almost instantly for creating stunning windfalls at will. You can use the incredible paint by numbers turnaround tactics to stockpile months of operating expenses in only a week. The one simple task that tunes your turnaround for maximum Formula One race car speed. And no, it's not cash. That's vital too, but a commonly overlooked step that supercharges your results. I'm going to show you how to plug the 3 invisible cash flow holes of every business. Miss one and kiss your turnaround goodbye. You've got to plug all 3 of these holes up, guys. If your business is in trouble right now, I'm going to turn your business around. I'm going to show you how to use 2 types of contests, leveraging little-known human psychology that quickly get others doing your selling. I'm going to show you the big 3 checklist for long-term business health. Ignore these concepts and you'll be right back where you started. And this whole thing includes templates, checklists, spreadsheets, trackers, and much more. And by the way, when you have a business that needs to be turned around, business turnaround experts will charge you about $100,000 to do a bit less of what I'm going to walk you through in this 7-day kit. Total value of this is $2,237. Now, here's what Larry Winget, New York Times best-selling author of It's Called Work for a Reason, had to say about it. He said, this is a great course for turning your business around fast. It is simple to understand and simple to implement. That's the problem. It may be so simple you don't do it. Don't make that mistake. This course can save your butt. That's what Larry Winget had to say. We're not done yet, guys. You're also going to get shipped to your door the Not So Little calendar that grows your business. Now, I got to warn you, this calendar will make you a card-carrying member of the No Excuses Left Club. Now, by the way, if you guys have ever seen the little calendar that brainwashes you, that's not what we're talking about here. This is the Not So Little calendar that grows your business. And believe me, it is giant. It is a 1-year, day-to-day battle plan that includes specific actions to build a steady stream of new customers that grows and grows each day. Flawlessly systemize your business so it can run one day without you. Build a loyal team of A players who would never dream of working anywhere else. Turn your customers into ride or die evangelists so your business grows automatically. Surprise and delight your customers so they're eager to pull out their wallets every time you show up in their inbox. Craft strategically timed, eye-popping marketing campaigns to turn every week into a Black Friday cash windfall. And this is physically shipped to your door, guys. And there's much, much more inside of this. Now, by the way, this sells for $997. Now, you may have seen that we once sold a 2020 version of this. We just completed an evergreen version of this. So whether you get this today or next week, you can start it anytime you want. This is an evergreen version of what was once the 2020 Not So Little calendar that grows your business. Now, I want you to see a little video here from a very, very famous man and what he had to say when I sent him a copy of this.
Hey, Dr. Joe Vitale here. You know, there's a lot of information out there. Sometimes information just causes you to do nothing. There's too much of it. But what if somebody took that information and compiled it and organized it and put it into a form that you can use daily? I'm talking about a 2020 calendar. I'm talking about a productivity tool that is full of marketing wisdom, marketing tips, marketing brainstorming, and more. This was put together by Mark Joyner, an internet marketing pioneer, a legend in his own right, a genius in his own right, and a dear friend of mine of some 25 years. He sent me the program. I looked at it. I went, Jesus, Mark, Jesus, Buddha, Rasputin, you have created one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life, and I wish I had created it.
Now, I tell you what, guys, if there's anybody on this planet who knows what they're talking about when it comes to business, it is this man right here, Dr. Joe Vitale. Joe Vitale is asked to speak around the world. You guys probably know him from the movie The Secret. You probably know a lot of his marketing books. This guy knows marketing and business better than anybody on the planet. And if he has that to say about it, you can rest assured that you are getting something absolutely profound. Now, the next component you're going to get is what we call Best Seller Blueprint. You are going to learn how I write best-selling books in a single day. In fact, I'm going to show you about 4 or 5 different ways to write books in one day. And by the way, every single one of you can do this. I promise you. Okay, now, the way I wrote The Irresistible Offer was the hard way. I'm going to show you 4 or 5 super easy ways to get your book written in one day. And by the way, guys, you want to be a #1 best-selling author. Why? Because when people see you as a #1 best-selling author, their entire perception of you changes. And when their perception of you changes, the number of products of yours that they buy is also going to change. You're going to learn the bestseller formula, what it takes to make a bestseller. There's an actual formula behind this. You're going to learn the best method to get your books published. Whether you go through a printing house or one of the big publishing houses or you self-publish, I'm going to show you exactly step-by-step how to do this. By the way, guys, this whole thing is soup to nuts from beginning to end, from your idea all the way to #1 bestseller. It is an actual map. It walks you all the way through every single step of the way. I'm going to show you how to create a launch campaign, get joint ventures, and get endorsements. I'm going to show you how to maximize the benefits from the launch. And that means money capturing, leads and influencing and networking, because becoming a #1 bestseller is just one part of this. There's all kinds of hidden money in your bestseller campaign. And I'm going to sell you, or I'm going to show you rather, a list of booksellers who report to the New York Times. This is something nobody else has, guys. This is profoundly powerful. The New York Times bestseller list is a very tightly held secret. Let me tell you a little bit of the secret. Only certain stores report to the New York Times. That's how they determine what books get on the New York Times. We actually found that list. I'll give you a little hint. It took thousands of man hours on the phone to figure out the answer to this question. We have that list of the booksellers who report to the New York Times. So if you want to be a New York Times #1 bestseller, you now have the formula. And I'm also going to include interviews with half a dozen other best-selling authors, including Joe Vitale from The Secret, and talking about how they became #1 bestsellers. They're going to reveal all of their secrets. And I highly encourage you to listen to all those interviews. By the way, Brian Tracy talks about something called the University on Wheels. I'm going to give you guys a lot of audios, all right? All the audios that you guys get, I want you to stop listening to the radio. I want you to stop listening to podcasts. I want you to start tuning into radio station MJ and start listening to what I have to show you, because all this information is going to change your life. We sell this every day for $1,997. So here's what you're going to get when you apply now. You're going to get the Integration Marketing Masterclass. You're going to get Integration Marketing Society lifetime membership. You're going to get Word of Mouth Transformation. You're going to get Fire Mission Academy. You're going to get Juggernaut Academy. You're going to get Charisma Academy. You're going to get the 7-day business turnaround kit. You're going to get the Not So Little calendar that grows your business shipped physically to your door anywhere in the world. I don't care if you live in Siberia. We are going to ship it to your door. You're going to get the bestseller blueprint. Total real world value of this is $17,666 plus the future annual price of Integration Marketing Society times however many years you live. Now, but wait, there's more. You've heard that before, but there's really a lot more now. You're going to love this. You will also get Simpleology 101, the simple science of getting what you want. This was the product that launched Simpleology itself. Before Simpleology was this vast ecosystem of software that it is now, it started out as a simple course teaching you the fundamental ideas of Simpleology. That sells for $197. You're going to get Simpleology 102, the simple science of money. Most people who aren't making money simply don't understand how money works. When you understand how money works, making money is a lot simpler. And like everything in Simpleology, we distill it down to a simple science. There are only a handful of principles that you need to really understand here. And you are also going to get Simpleology 103, the simple science of energy. We talked about that before. I talked to you guys before about how there was a much deeper dive into this. Well, when I say deeper dive, it's not that complicated. I distill it down to a few simple principles that you have to understand. If you understand how I am still able to have so much energy at this point, and I can carry on for 12 hours like this, now you're going to know how to make that happen for yourself. And I don't care if you're 17 or 70, these principles are going to turn your energy around. They're going to turn your health around. You're going to get Simpleology 201, the simple science of leadership. Now, some of you may think, I am not a natural leader. Leaders are born and not made. It's not true. It's not true. When you read books about leadership, they overcomplicate it. Leadership is actually very simple. There are only a few things that you have to understand about leadership to be a good and effective leader. And I'm going to show you exactly those principles. That value, we sell it every day for $397. You are also going to get Simpleology 202, the advanced science of money. Let me tell you guys right now, most of what you have been told about investing and about shoring up your assets is absolute and complete hogwash. And any of you guys who took a bath during any of the recent market corrections know this. I'm going to show you the real advanced science of money. Now, I have been inside rooms with a lot of very wealthy people. I'm revealing to you what these guys talk about behind closed doors in these cigar smoking rooms when they talk about the real advanced science of money. Value for that, we sell that every day at $397. You will also get Simpleology 203, the simple science of invincibility. That sells every day for $397. Now, what does that mean? Have you ever had to deal with haters? Have you ever had to deal with naysayers? Do you have people in your life who are telling you, you shouldn't do that, you can't do that, you should quit your business? Any people like that? When you have the simple science of invincibility, you're basically going to be like Neo slowing down the bullets, right? None of those bullets are going to affect you anymore. You are going to have a bulletproof mindset so that haters and naysayers don't have any effect on you. That sells every day for $397. Now, you're also going to get the catalog of esoteric psychological lore. Now, it's a strange name, but it's life-changing information. It is a catalog of 17 wildly effective psychological persuasion principles. And it also includes in-depth interviews with 8 of the world's best, what I call mind control ninjas. These are people who have made a lifelong study of persuasion and influence. And these interviews are powerful because they teach you stuff that you have not heard anywhere else. And these interviews get deep and they teach you secrets that you're going to be able to use to boost more dollars out of every single interaction you have with every potential customer or client. And you're going to get a video dissection of my famous wife caught cheating letter. Now, this sales letter was enormously successful, and a lot of people consider this one of the greatest sales letters of all time. I give you a video breakdown showing every little bit of psychology that I put inside that letter. Now, guys, you are also going to get a very, very rare bonus. Mark Joyner and Gary Halbert dissect the coat of arms letter. The coat of arms letter is the single most mailed piece of direct mail in history. No other letter has been mailed to more people than the coat of arms letter. Now, I had the rare privilege, before my dear friend Gary passed away, of conducting the only interview he ever conducted with anyone dissecting what he called the hidden persuaders of what made that letter so powerful. And by the way, Gary built an empire with that single letter. That interview alone is worth 10 times of what I am going to ask you to invest today. And there's so much more inside the catalog of esoteric psychological lore. We're going to just keep moving along here. Total value for that is $397. That is what we sell that for every day. You are also going to get an annual 5-member Simpleology Elite site license. Get things done, guys. Simpleology users often report getting done in just 2 hours, what normally takes them a full day or even a week. Now, I do not have to put a disclaimer here. I do not have to say these results are not typical. That is a typical response I get from people who actually use, by the way, Simpleology. People who don't use it don't get the results. You noticing a pattern there? People who don't take action don't get results. Are you noticing a pattern there? I'm going to show you how to skyrocket your results. Making things happen is the first step. The next is making the right things happen. Simpleology keeps you on track and shortens that gap between where you are and where you want to be. And Simpleology is simple and effective. Our software is easy enough for elementary school students, yet powerful enough for Fortune 500 executives. How do I know that? Because we actually have elementary school students using Simpleology in the classroom. I've got elementary school teachers who came to me and said, hey, could we use this in the classroom? And I gave them free licenses for their kids because I want to help out those kids. And we have actual Fortune 500 executives and branches of the US government using Simpleology every day because of the results it gets for them. And I'm going to show you how to boost not just your effectiveness, but the effectiveness of your entire team. So if you're getting done in 2 hours, what normally takes you a day or a week, imagine what will happen in your business when every single man jack of your employees is getting those results as well. Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of videos that we have, and we have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of testimonials of people who have had their lives changed by Simpleology. Here is but one.
Hi there, my name's Les. Been asked to give a short testimonial on Simpleology, and I have no problem doing that whatsoever. I've been a Simpleology user for many, many years, and as a father of 3 young sons, an airline captain, director of a number of businesses, you'd say I have a pretty full plate. And as we all know, life is full of distractions. So Simpleology is my core productivity tool. So if I get blown off track, which inevitably we all do, I just come straight back there. Everything I need still waiting there for me, and then move it forward. Of course, the best way is to keep the habit, develop that habit using the productivity tool, all the great features that Simpleology has. If it helps you half as much as it's helped me, then you'll love it. Thanks.
Again, that is but one of the hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of videos I could show you from Simpleology users. Now, guys, there's a very special extra bonus we're going to add in here. You guys remember I mentioned a man named Eric Graham. He's the guy who I call the king of conversion. In my opinion, he is the single best conversion rate optimization specialist on the planet. I got Eric's permission to include in this package Eric Graham's Ultimate Conversion Transformation Masterclass. It's a 12-week program, guys. Here's what you're going to get in that. Week 1, he's going to give you a system overview and sales funnel structure. Week 2, he's going to show you how to develop your target customer profile. Very, very important to understand that. Week 3, mastering copywriting fundamentals. And by the way, guys, I have read just about every book in copywriting out there. This is one of the single best educations in copywriting you will get on the planet. And I have read it all. I promise you. You are going to know copywriting after just that 1 week better than most people who have studied it for 10 years. Week 4, you're going to learn advanced headline writing. That is going to amplify the results of every single ad you send. Week 5, creating high converting opt-in landing pages, an essential skill that you must master today. Week 6, he's going to show you how to craft your irresistible offer. And as a guy who wrote the book about the irresistible offer, I watched this week and I thought, man, this is absolutely amazing. This guy is good. That's why I go to Eric to learn this stuff. Eric has taken this stuff to a new level. I am not ashamed to learn from people who do things better than I do. He does conversion rate optimization far better than I do. This is the guy I go to when I want to learn conversion rate optimization. Week 7, advanced online persuasion and neuroscience. And by the way, guys, this is some crazy advanced stuff. This is stuff that you will not read in any other book on persuasion. He is so up to date with the new technology. I can promise you about half of what you see in there, you will not have seen anywhere else. Week 8, sales letter writing masterclass. He's going to show you quick and easy ways to get sales letters written. Week 9, creating game-changing VSLs. Those are video sales letters, another essential skill, another weapon that you need to have in your arsenal. Week 10, advanced webinar conversion workshop. He's going to show you how to craft webinars that pull money out of thin air. Week 11, he's going to show you upsell, downsell, offer creation and conversion. He's going to show you the art and science of that. That is going to maximize your dollar per visitor even more. Week 12, he's going to show you all about testing and tracking, the art and science of conversion rate optimization. Now, every single bit of this is easy to implement, immediate action assignments with checklists, procedures, and video tutorials. And you guys get lifetime access to all recordings and all future updates. Now, by the way, guys, I would not include anything in this package that does not live up to the same standards that we hold for all of our products inside Simpleology. Everything we do inside Simpleology needs to be actionable. It needs to be simple. It needs to be easy to understand. It needs to be step by step. I'm not one of these guys who just says, hey, here's a whole bunch of information, gives you a little pat on the butt and tells you to walk away. I can't stand that stuff. Eric lives up to our standards, and he sells this every day for $2,997. Now, let me show you what some very famous people have had to say about that. Justin Brook, all right, he is probably the best known traffic building expert on the planet. He says Eric is the real deal premium website conversion, traffic analytics, and split testing expert. Eric Graham came highly recommended when I was working as VP for .com Secret Sync. That's Russell Brunson's company. I now know why after having saw his results. I always hear the corny line, this doesn't cost you money, it makes and saves you money. I always hated that line until now. I can now say without feeling corny at all that hiring Eric Graham will not cost you money, but will make and save you money. He is the real deal premium website conversion, traffic analytics, and split testing expert. Everyone should have a guy like this on their team. That is what the famous Justin Brook has to say. Now, here's what David Trump from Salt Lake City, Utah has to say. He says he got a higher ROI than getting my MBA at Harvard. After spending over $150,000 getting my MBA from Harvard Business School, I thought I knew everything about how to grow a business. I was wrong. I've learned more about how to take a business to the next level from Eric Graham in the past 12 weeks than I learned from Harvard in 2 years. Just applying Eric's webinar conversion formula from Module 10 has made me over 6 figures in the past few weeks. Joining the Ultimate Conversion Transformation is the best investment I've ever made. Now, guys, let's do a quick recap here. You're going to get Integration Marketing Masterclass. You're going to get Integration Marketing Society lifetime membership. You're never going to have to pay for a renewal. You're going to get word of mouth transformation. You're going to get Fire Mission Academy. You're going to get Juggernaut Academy. You're going to get Charisma Academy. You're going to get the 7-day business turnaround. You're going to get the not so little calendar that grows your business shipped to your door. You're going to get Bestseller Blueprint. You're going to get Simpleology 101, the simple science of getting what you want. Simpleology 102, the simple science of money. Simpleology 103, the simple science of energy. Simpleology 201, the simple science of leadership. Simpleology 202, the advanced science of money. Simpleology 203, the simple science of invincibility. You're going to get the catalog of esoteric psychological lore. You're also going to get an annual 5-member Simpleology site license, and you're going to get Eric Graham's Ultimate Conversion Transformation Masterclass. Total real world value is $28,612. And by the way, guys, Eric and I have people who have paid this much for all of these products, plus the future annual price of Integration Marketing Society times however many years you live. And if you apply what you're going to learn in Simpleology 103, I hope that those will be many more years than they would have been before that, better quality years as well. Now, if you qualify, you're not going to pay $28,000, even though it's worth every dime. If you qualify, you're not going to pay that. Well, but what if it was only $10,000? It'd still be an absolute steal. It would still be an absolute steal. If you qualify, you're not going to pay $28,612. You're not going to pay $10,000. If you qualify and apply now, you can get started for as little as just $2,000. So what I want to do right now, what you want to do right now is click on the Apply Now button. You guys should see under the video a little Apply Now button. Now, if you don't see that, you can open up a new tab and go to joinims.com, but do that in a new browser tab. All right, so click on the Apply Now button that you see below the video, or go to joinims.com. Now, when you do, you'll see a short application form with a few simple questions and an option to book an interview call with either myself or one of my team members. That's right. I am personally going to be taking some of these calls. Now listen, our time is valuable and we only have a handful of time slots reserved over the next week. So I apologize in advance if all the call slots are all filled. You may be able to get on our waiting list, but I can't guarantee you an interview. Now, I have to warn you, not everyone who applies for Solomon's Arc Ascension Plan in the Integration Marketing Society will be accepted. In fact, the majority of people who apply won't make the cut. The reason why is I want to protect the quality of the members we let into our exclusive secret society. This is like the Navy SEALs of entrepreneurship. And just like the SEALs, we are very selective about who we allow to join. But also like the SEALs, if you make the cut, you're about to be trained in the most advanced and effective strategies and tactics available anywhere at any investment. So I want you to apply now at joinims.com. Okay, I want to call out Mohammed and Carl and Lisa. I'm seeing the applications flood in. Guys, you better get your applications in now because they are starting to flood in. All right, now the other reason we require you to apply now before you join is I want to personally ensure that every single member has the ability and potential to achieve massive success. You see, unlike other marketers or programs out there, if my team and I are not 100% convinced you will see massive results, we won't accept your investment or invite you to join, no matter how bad you want in. In fact, I'm so confident those who make the cut will succeed with the Solomon's Arc Ascension Plan, I'm making the strongest guarantee I have ever offered. I'm making a 200% money back guarantee. By the way, guys, these applications are flying in, so you better get in there now. That's right. When you follow the Solomon's Arc Ascension Plan for the next 90 days, if you don't at least double the amount of your investment, I'll personally refund double your money back out of my own pocket. So basically, if you're smart, you know that either way, you're getting a 200% ROI when you apply right now. So by now you realize the only way you can't win is if you don't apply now to join. Right now you have two choices. Choice number one, do nothing. Stay vulnerable and at the mercy of big tech for all your traffic and leads, praying they don't shut down your ad accounts, and keep struggling to try and figure it all out by yourself. How's that been working out for you so far? Choice number two, apply now to join the Solomon's Arc Ascension Plan. Show up on your interview and see if you qualify and make the cut. And if you do, begin to enjoy the support, help, and guidance of the most elite secret society of Navy SEAL entrepreneurs on the planet. Here's what is about to happen when you apply right now. When you click on the Apply Now button on this page or in a new tab, go to joinims.com, you're going to see this. You see this application form. You start by clicking the big Start button there. And the next thing you're going to see is a little survey. It's going to ask you some questions. All right. And once you fill out that survey, we're going to ask you to tell us what your time zone is. This way we get the call time exactly right. And then you're going to pick a date and time. And guys, these time slots are filling up fast, so I need you to get in there. And then you're going to provide a little bit of information, your name, your email, your phone number, and any note you want to send us. Now, after you submit your application and book your call, make sure you add it to your calendar and watch for a couple of reminder emails. And most important, actually show up on our call. I can't stress this enough. My time and the time of my team is valuable. I charge $10,000 an hour for consulting and coaching. So if you waste our time and no show, I hate to say it, but it's an automatic disqualification. You've got to show up on that call. So before I open it up for Q&A, let me just recap and remind you what you're going to get when you apply to join the Solomon's Arc Ascension Plan. And of course, make the cut. You're getting Integration Marketing Masterclass. You're getting Integration Marketing Society lifetime membership. You will never have to pay a renewal fee for that. You're getting Word of Mouth Transformation. You're getting Fire Mission Academy. You're getting Juggernaut Academy. You're getting Charisma Academy. You're getting 7-Day Business Turnaround Kit. You're going to get the Not So Little Calendar that grows your business, shipped to your door. You're getting Bestseller Blueprint. You're getting Simpleology 101. You're getting Simpleology 102, Simpleology 103, Simpleology 201, Simpleology 202, Simpleology 203, the catalog of esoteric psychological lore. You're getting an annual 5-member Simpleology site license, and this is for Simpleology Elite guys. This is the high-level Simpleology. And you're getting Eric Graham's Ultimate Conversion Transformation Masterclass, total real-world value, $28,612, plus the future annual price of Integration Marketing Society times however many years you live. And you can get started for as little as $2,000. Also, remember, you can apply now with 100% confidence because you are totally protected by our 200% money back guarantee. Remember, when you follow the Solomon's Arc Ascension Plan for the next 90 days, if you don't at least double the amount of your investment, I'll personally refund double your money back. So either way, you're getting a 200% ROI when you apply right now. Now, I want to call some names out. Carrie, Shankar, Rob, Nielsen, Brian, Hakeem. I'm getting a big list of people who are applying. Congratulations to all of you guys for getting your applications in. I can't call these names out because there's so many. So what you want to do right now is click on the Apply Now button on this page, or in a new tab, go to joinims.com. Remember to do that in a new tab or new browser window because we're not done yet. Look, I know there's a lot in this package in this program, and it may seem a bit overwhelming. Trust me, I've included every component in Solomon's Arc for a very specific reason. Because this is structured as an ascension plan, you don't have to go through all of it at the same time. Remember what I was telling you earlier. Each component builds your skills and knowledge one step at a time, guys. I don't care what your business experience level is. We are going to build your foundation, and we are going to keep build them up. Christopher, Philip, Jason, Craig, people keep handing me these notes of people putting their applications in. Congratulations to all of you guys. Keep them coming, guys. But you better do it quick because these slots are going to fill up. Also, because the Solomon's Arc Ascension Plan includes everything you need from A to Z, it will actually reduce the overwhelm you're already experiencing in your business and life. Think about that. That's because you'll no longer need to watch endless YouTube videos, buy course after course, trying to figure it all out by yourself. This program and the entire philosophy behind everything we do inside Simpleology isn't about giving you more things to do. It's about helping you identify and focus on doing only the right things. This alone will save you so much time and wasted effort. And finally, when you begin to use and master Simpleology, you'll discover your day-to-day productivity will skyrocket. You'll eliminate procrastination and wasted time in your day, freeing up countless hours each week to focus on what really matters to you. Now, I don't know what really matters to you, but I imagine you're not focusing your time right now on what really matters to you. That is but the first thing we're going to get right in your life. That's just the first thing. That's just the first step, guys. Look, because you're still watching, I know two very, very important things. I keep getting all these sticky notes in front of me. Hitesh, Ture, Christina, congratulations to all of you guys. Look, because you're still watching, I know two very important things about you. Number one, I know you're an action taker. How do I know that about you? I know you're an action taker because you've already taken a ton of action to show up and be here right now. Action number one, you clicked on an email link or an ad. Action number two, you signed up for your roadmap to money in 2020 report. And hopefully you read it. If you haven't yet, read it. Action number three, you registered for this masterclass. Action number four, you showed up live for this masterclass. Some of you guys in time zones all around the world. You stayed on this long and are still watching. So congratulations. You are an action taker. And because you're an action taker and you're still watching, you know you want to apply to join us. So continue to take action and apply right now. I can't wait to see you inside Solomon's Ark. Now, one final word from another action taker, just like you.
A lot of the foundational concepts that we have inside of ClickFunnels today, how we structure order forms, how we do pages, how we do things, are all things I learned from Mark a decade and a half ago. And so if you haven't had a chance to meet Mark yet, if you haven't had a chance to learn from him, he is probably one of the first pioneers of online marketing. He's been called the godfather of internet marketing, and there's a reason why. So many things that we use today, the tracking pixel, split testing, ad tracking, ebooks, for crying out loud, all these things were things that he invented before anyone else even thought about it. So if you have a chance to learn from him and plug into his mind, he was my very first mentor. He's continuing to be a mentor to this day, and I hope you have a chance to be mentored by him as well.
So what you want to do now, click on the Apply Now button on this page or go to joinims.com, and I will see you inside Solomon's Ark. Still here? Oh, that must mean you have some questions. Remember, I promised a Q&A, and of course, I always keep my promises. So just type your questions into the Talk to Mark box, and I'm going to stick around as long as I possibly can to try and answer as many questions as possible. Okay, now listen, before I answer your questions, I have a question and a favor to ask of you. Type in the Talk to Mark box and tell me your biggest takeaway from today's training. Before the questions start flooding in, I want you to tell me your single biggest takeaway from today's training. This will help me deliver more value in future trainings. So guys, think about that. If you could just think of the single biggest takeaway. I know there's about a 10-second delay here. All right. Already seeing some come in. Thank you for that. All right, thank you, Christine. All right, seeing some questions coming in already. All right, seeing some big takeaways come in. I'm gonna let these flood in for a minute here, guys. Before I start answering questions, by the way, I'm gonna congratulate Tim, Adriana, Ryan, Ashwin, Sean, Teresa. More of these applications coming in. Man, I got sticky notes all around me here from all of these. Wow, this is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. Okay. Thank you guys for typing in all these takeaways. All right. This is beautiful, beautiful stuff, guys. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. All right. Or how do we get the slides to this presentation? We are going to be emailing those to you. We will be sending you those in the email. So keep your eyes peeled for your inbox, guys, because guess what? We're going to be sending a lot of stuff. Okay, confidential internet intelligence manuscript. We're going to be sending that via email as well. Okay. All right. So many great. More people. Otto, April, Chunyu, Joe, Abner, Jeff, Kenya, Richard, Anthony, Tim, Adriana, Ryan, Ash. Wow, all these names. Guys, I am literally flooded with sticky notes from people telling me about. Okay, wow. All right. All right, guys, if you guys could keep those, whoa, somebody said about the multiverse. Wow, okay, that's a good one. That sounds like somebody I'd like to talk to. Okay. All right. So somebody just asked me, this is an overwhelming list of incredible inclusions. I'm starting from scratch. How do I do it all? Okay. Jeff, I want to address you right now. If you remember from earlier on, I mentioned this is an ascension plan. I'm not going to just dump you inside this thing and say, make your merry way, go just read all the materials. I would be irresponsible as a teacher if I were to do that. And I hate to say it, but most people selling you stuff like this are irresponsible teachers like that. I'm not going to mention names, but most of the stuff you buy, it's like that. And I'll give you a little inside secret. Here's why they do that. They want you to feel like it's your fault that you're not successful. They want to make you feel like it's not your fault if you're not successful. By the way, guys, I got a little sticky note in front of me here. The first week is already filled up, guys. So we just had to open up another week. So if you guys, for everybody still on, you're going to have to book your call next week, but we just opened next week up. That first week filled up just instantly. Okay, so back to Jeff's question. Jeff, I don't believe in teaching that way. I don't believe in teaching that way at all. Okay? I believe in holding your hand from beginning to end. I give you a step-by-step plan. Okay? I believe in a no one left behind policy. Everything that we deliver inside Simpleology is designed to be step by step. Everything that you learn builds one on top of the other. Everything that you learn builds one on top of the other. So we start you from square one. And the first thing that we do with you, by the way, is we get your productivity unjacked. Because that's the single thing that's messing most people up. Most people are totally spending all of their time on Facebook. They're wasting their time on YouTube, or they're not doing the right things in their business. Just the white belt training inside Simpleology itself is going to get that fixed for you very, very quickly. And then we're going to take you to the next higher level, and to the next higher level, and to the next higher level. All right. So you don't have to worry about this being so much information. You're going to do it at your pace. Now, I'm going to encourage you to spend a lot of time. I'm going to encourage you to spend a lot of time, but that's up to you. You can move as fast or as slow as you want. Now, I want to tell you guys something. The reason why you can't is the reason why you must. So many of you guys watching this right now are thinking, I can't do this because X, Y, Z reason. All right. That single thing is the reason why you must do it, because not facing that barrier is what is preventing you from getting everything you want in life. Every single excuse that we make in our minds, I can't do it because this, I can't do it because that. Not facing that is the problem, is exactly the problem. The reason why you can't is the reason why you must. It's the reason why you must. Now I want to call out some more names. Ashwin, Need, Sean, Sarvi, Zenta. Got people from all over the world submitting applications, and we had to open up a whole new week now. Okay, now I want to get to some more questions here. Stacy asked, will it work for my business? I don't do online stuff. I have a small retail store. Stacy, 100% absolutely yes. Integration marketing is not just for online business. It is also for offline business. And by the way, for those of you guys who are only online, I strongly encourage you to start getting offline. And for those of you who are online or offline, I strongly encourage you to start getting online. You need to use both of these components. Both components. All right. Now, let me give you an example of a way that I have advised somebody with an offline business to do this. I met this lady who has this health spa, and she has all these different health services that she offers. She runs a beautiful, beautiful health spa, but she's terrible at marketing. So I taught her an integration marketing tactic. I said, listen, you need to go around to a bunch of places where people are offering fitness training, because she offered a lot of spa services that would help people recover more quickly from their fitness training. And I said, here's what you do. You create a coupon for a free service at your health spa that every time they get a new sign up, they give away to their new customers as a bonus. Now, why would the gym owner want to do that? Well, the gym owner wants to do that because every time he gives that free thing away, he's just adding more value to the new sign up. When somebody signs up for his gym, he's saying, hey, by the way, when you sign up, I'm also going to give you this voucher for a free spa treatment that's going to help you recover a little bit faster, right? Now, on those coupons, they put a little special code on there. So when somebody walks in the door with one of those coupons, that lady knows where that lead came from. And then she makes a deal with that gym owner. She says, for every customer you bring in, I will pay you a percentage of every spa service they buy from us in the future. Now think about that. The gym owner just opened up a brand new revenue stream into his business only by adding value to his existing customers. The spa owner is getting customers for free without having to make any risk at all. You understand? That is but one of the many, many ways people can use this stuff offline. People can use this offline. Okay, now I'm going to scroll through here and see if I can find some more questions. Thank you guys for all of the really kind words. This is fantastic. I'm getting some great comments here on the takeaways here. This is wow, guys. I'm kind of overwhelmed here. Wow, beautiful, beautiful comments. All right. Okay. So Ted says, payments for the Solomon's program, can we still be considered if it will take a few days to get the money, or should we wait to apply later? I will tell you, Ted, apply now. Okay, apply now. All right. If it's going to take you a couple days, that's fine, because you're not going to get your appointment now until next week anyway. All right. So you've got a couple days to get everything together. Now, somebody asked, how much does it cost? Well, if you don't qualify in your application or call, the investment is nothing. But like I said in the video, if you are accepted, you can get started for as little as $2,000, depending on what options you choose. Okay. Now, William says, is this call just some high pressure sales pitch? No, William, it is not. Okay. And in fact, we are not going to pitch you at all. You are going to be pitching us. We're going to be asking you what makes you qualify to be part of this group. Okay. I am not interested in pitching anybody with high pressure sales tactics. That stuff does not interest me in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Okay. It does not interest me at all. All right. I am interested in hearing from you what makes you worthy of being part of this group, guys. Because when I say that I am handpicking the people, I mean that. I mean that. And there are people who begged us to take their money, and we had to tell them no because they didn't have the right attitude. And I could imagine you don't want to be in a room full of people with bad attitudes. You want to be in a room full of people who have the right attitude, who have the right stuff. Now, don't be intimidated by this. If your skill level is low, as long as you've got the right attitude, I still want you in there. I want to work with beginners. Okay, we've got a room full of rock stars in there, but I want rank beginners in there too. But I only want rank beginners in who have the right attitude. Only the right attitude. Now, Mary says, there's so much stuff. Where do I start? Well, like I said just a minute ago, I'm going to show you from beginning to end exactly where to start. All of this builds. You're going to, when you walk into Integration Marketing Society, you're going to get 2 battle plans. You're going to get 2 battle plans. One is called the Eat That Frog plan. There's a book by Brian Tracy called Eat That Frog, and it's based on a Mark Twain quote. And Mark Twain said, if you start each day by eating a frog, it's all downhill from there. Nothing worse is going to happen to you, right? So Brian Tracy says, eat that frog. It means do the hardest thing you could possibly do first thing in the day. Get it over with. All right? Now, if you do the Eat That Frog plan, you're going to dive right in and you're going to have a big workload in front of you. But that might be too much for you. So we also have what's called the Boiled Frog plan. All right? And what that is, it is a very slow step-by-step process where we start you out with just a few minutes a day. Just a few minutes a day. And then we build on that. And then we build on that. Mary, I've got you covered. Okay? I have got you covered. I want to make sure that you do not get overwhelmed. It is extremely important to me. I want to congratulate Ted, Darnell, Shrin, Robert, Kester, Bob, Yuan, John C., John W., Douglas. I've got literally a sea of sticky notes around me from all the applications flooding in. We got, is this second week full yet? The second week might be filling up pretty fast. Okay, guys, you need to get your application in ASAP because this is, man, we had to open up a second week and that's already filling up. This is astounding. Guys, I'm scrolling through. So I've got more takeaway comments and I've got questions here. So Verena asked, do we have to reach out to you to get the slides? Verena, no, we will be sending you an email with all of the bonuses that we promised and a lot more. Guys, keep your eyes peeled from follow-up emails from Mark Joyner and Simpleology because I am going to be loading you up with even more value than this, okay? Guys, I don't just keep my promises, I over-deliver. So every single email that comes from Simpleology or Mark Joyner, keep your eyes peeled because there is always going to be something of value inside there. Okay, so John says, so you said even if we didn't have a product yet, we would have a product after one of the weeks. Can you briefly elaborate? John, that is a great question. All right, when you get into week 6, and you could jump ahead to this, by the way, John, if you want to. I believe it's week 6. Inside the Integration Marketing Society Kickstart calls, all right, I show you guys rapid product creation secrets. I show you guys how I made the not so little calendar, by the way. Now that was the hard way, but I also give you guys about 5 or 6 different ways to create products out of thin air. All right. Now the stuff I show you in there is going to blow your mind. It is so much easier to create a product than you think. Now, what I would advise you, John, is immediately when you go in, zoom in to that particular week and listen to that first, all right? Because you sound like somebody who wants to hear that fast. By the way, I want to congratulate everybody on still being here. We are 3.5 hours into this. You guys are still here. You guys are crazy, awesome action takers. I can tell you that right now. All right. Now, John, so because you don't have a product yet, I want you to zoom in on that and make that the very first thing you do. But I want you to get in there and take either the Eat That Frog plan or the Boiled Frog plan. But since you don't have your product, zoom in on that. And if you can't find it, we have a 24/7 customer care team standing by at all times, always ready to answer your questions. So if you can't find something, we've always got people there ready to help you. All right. So if you can't find that, just let me know, but make that the first thing you take a look at, John. Okay. So Dwayne says, I don't have time to go through all this stuff. I know you don't, Dwayne. I know you don't. That's why the first thing we're going to do is open up more time for you. All right. The very first step that we're going to take together is to get you to master your productivity so that you have more free time. Again, a common response we get from people who sign up for Simpleology is that within the first couple of days, they are getting done within 2 hours, what normally takes them a full day or even a week. So Dwayne, you don't have the time not to do this. All right. because the very first thing that we're going to be doing for you is giving you more free time. Now, remember, guys, I said it before, the reason why you can't is the reason why you must. All right? Dwayne's reason why he couldn't do it is that he doesn't have the time. Dwayne, that's why you must do this. That is why you must do this. All right, now let me, man, I've got so many comments and questions to scroll through here. Okay, so how much time is expected to be allocated for the weeks 1 through 12? Okay, so ask her, that depends on you. If you do the boiled frog or the eat that frog plan, you could spend probably about 2 hours a day. 2 hours a day or a little bit more than that doing the full plan, okay? If you do the boiled frog plan, it's going to start out with about 30 minutes a day. And we're going to ease you into it. Then it's going to go up to about an hour a day, all right? But listen, here's what I want you to understand, Asger. This time that you spend on this stuff is activity that is going to be growing your business. Okay, when we say spending time on this plan, the time that you spend going through the educational materials, that's not what we're talking about here. When you're part of Integration Marketing Society, the Integration Marketing Society day-to-day battle plan is you spending time building your business. So if you think, well, I don't have time to do that because I'm spending time running my business, you need to change your priorities. Because this is the stuff that's going to actually build your business. Plus, when you start doing Simpleology, you're going to start having more free hours in your day. I want to congratulate Adrian, Mark, Peter, Tsitsi, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Man, we got people from locations who have names I can't even pronounce. Got people from all over the world. I apologize to Tsitsi if I am pronouncing your name incorrectly. Okay. I want to read this comment here. So this was, if one focuses like you have done, that one can achieve seemingly impossible and still be a decent person. Wow. Mark, I got to tell you, you're choking me up a little bit with that comment. I got to say it. I'm doing my best, brother. I'm doing my best. And I'll tell you, let me tell you something about that. I feel a very, very deep sense of responsibility for what is going on in the world right now. I got to tell you, I really got to tell you, it's this is such a perilous time that we are entering right now. But we need more people like you understanding what's happening, because one of you guys represents 1,000 other people on this planet that can be saved. That's the way I see this. Just one of you represents 1,000 other people that can be saved. Because I'll tell you what, guys, not everybody's going to make it through what's coming ahead. If you read your roadmap to money in 2020, you get it. You understand right now. And I think I presented a pretty ironclad case for that. I want to bring on as many people as I possibly can. And guys, remember, that's why we talk about Solomon's Ark. You remember Noah's Ark, right? I don't want this just to be Noah's Ark where you just save people. I want you to save people and help them prosper. This is Solomon's Ark. It's like Noah's Ark and King Solomon's wealth combined. This is my mission. I want to bring as many people along as possible. Okay? And the more profitable you are, the more money you have, the more people you can help, the bigger an ark you can build. All right, so Nancy says, I have a health-related question. You helped inspire me to take some big steps forward. I'm getting in better shape, and I wonder if you could talk about your regimen. What the heck do you eat to get down to lower body fat? I do cardio for 3 or 4 times a week, and it's slow to come off. Do you fast? Can you give a quick overview of what you do over a few days, please? Okay, now, Nancy, let me tell you right now, cardio is not the answer. Okay? Cutting calories is not the answer. Now, I'm going to tell you guys the diet I'm on right now, and some of you guys are going to say, what? That sounds absolutely crazy. Okay? Actually, I'm not even going to tell you that yet. What I'm going to tell you is what I did first. All right? And then I'm going to tell you what I evolved into and what I've been doing over the last year and a half. Now, You may have heard of the ketogenic diet. This is a diet where you eliminate all carbohydrates from your diet. Now, a lot of people tell you that you need to cycle your carbohydrates. You don't actually have to. If you listen to guys like Mark Sisson, there are people who have been in pure solid ketosis for years and years and years. Guys, I have been in pretty much straight ketosis for about the last 8 years. I had a couple of binges here and there. I regretted every single one of them. But for more or less the entire last 8 years, I have been in straight ketosis. What does that mean? That means I haven't eaten any bread, any pasta, any rice, any sugar, any fruit, anything like that. What did I eat? I ate vegetables, meats, and healthy fats. And guess what? I don't count calories. Why? If you're on a ketogenic diet, you don't need to count calories because your body's going to tell you when you've eaten enough. All right. Now, by the way, when you guys are inside Integration Marketing Society, I will answer your health questions too, like this. I help you guys not just with your business, but also with your health. I've obviously amassed a pretty powerful body of knowledge. Nancy, I want to tell you that the single most effective way I have ever seen anyone lose weight fast is ketogenic dieting. Okay, now there are some doctors out there that say keto is dangerous, blah, blah, blah. The science I have seen does not say that. I am not a dietitian. I am not a doctor. You've got to do all of this in consultation with your qualified medical professionals. I am just a crazy biohacker who can tell you what has worked for him. However, I am in there reading the medical journals and I can tell you certain things. I can tell you something else about the ketogenic diet. It is one of the only things that people use to treat brain cancer. Okay, there's something called the Warburg hypothesis of cancer. People who are in ketosis, who don't have glucose in their system, it seems that cancer might need glucose to thrive. When you starve your body of glucose, it seems that cancer seems to actually go away. All right. Now, I can't guarantee you that, but that is one of the hypotheses out there that people have. So not only is ketogenic dieting going to shred body fat off your body very, very fast, it is also going to lower your risk of cancer, I believe. Many doctors believe that too. And again, it's one of the only protocols that they use for treating brain cancer. Now, to be in ketosis properly, you got to make sure you're doing it right. You can't be like, well, I'm going to cheat a little bit. You got to be completely off carbs. You literally got to be eating vegetables, healthy fats, and meats. That's how ketosis works, because if you cheat a little bit, it ruins all of the benefit of the ketogenic diet. Now, we could talk for hours about ketogenesis, okay? Now, by the way, I just want to tell, for those of you who have not gotten your applications in yet, we might be opening up some more slots here. I think the second week might already be filled, but we might be opening up some more slots. Remember, guys, it is just $2,000 to start, and there is a 200% money back guarantee. So for all of you guys who are sitting there thinking, should I get my applications in? We're going to have to cut off the applications here coming up here pretty quick because we got so many of these coming in. I want to welcome Holly, Tia, and Oliver. I've got Rashid, Ali, Rishi, Jason. Man, I've got all these sticky notes in front of me of names, people coming in. Nancy, let me tell you one more thing about losing body fat, okay? And I don't want to carry too far on this because most people have business questions. But one last thing I'll say is instead of doing cardio and counting calories, what you need to do is you need to start doing what is called high intensity interval training. All right. High intensity interval training, particularly the Tabata protocol, is extremely powerful. Now, let me tell you the difference between this. 15 minutes of doing Tabata will burn more fat over a 24-hour period than doing 3 hours on the treadmill. Okay, why? Because Tabata is incredibly hard. Now you think, 15 minutes, I'm going to be able to get that done, no problem. It is one hell of a hard 15 minutes. Okay, Tabata drills mean 20 seconds of full out effort, 10 seconds rest. 20 seconds of full out effort, 10 seconds rest. Now, the first time you do it, you might only be able to do 1 minute. By the way, I want to welcome Archer, Heath, Otto, okay? Man, okay, so many people coming in. All right, that protocol you may be able to do for 1 minute. You may be able to do 1 minute. All right. If you can only do 1 minute, that's fine. Work your way up to the point where you can do it for 15 minutes. Because if you can do Tabata at maximal effort, 20 seconds on, 10 seconds off for 15 minutes, your body is going to be in fat burning mode for 24 hours after the fact. Okay. So that is the short answer of a much larger conversation. And those of you guys who are going to be part of Solomon's Arc, you guys will get to ask me any kind of health related questions you want. Okay. April asks, my past businesses have been mostly service-based, events, consulting, rather than product or content. Could this work for service-based businesses? Absolutely, April. In fact, just yesterday, well, not yesterday, but 2 days ago, I was at a mastermind for an event I was doing. There was a VIP additional high-end mastermind that some people paid a lot of money to be into. And I crafted integration marketing plans for these service-based businesses. I showed them exactly what to do. April, integration marketing works for any business, online or off, be it service-based or product-based. All right, April. And in fact, I would even invite you to be a guest on one of my live calls, and I will create, and April, I will make you this promise right now. All right, if you join and you pass the application process, I will do a live one-on-one battle plan construction for your business. April, I'm making you that. I can't promise that to everybody, guys, because as the group gets bigger, but April, because you have that question and to give you that level of assurance, I'm going to make that promise to you right now. Okay, man, I've got so many comments to scroll through here. Some really funny comments here too. All right, this is great. I love this. Okay, man, most of this is just, all right, let me see here. I'm scrolling to find questions. Most of these are just great comments. Thank you, guys. Man, you guys are boosting my ego for today. By the way, guys, don't let your ego get in the way of your life. When you guys saw me fat in that picture, let me just tell you something right now. There are perils of success, guys. And one of them is getting lazy and obese, and another one is letting your ego get too big. Both of those things can ruin your life. All right. Now, Julian says, I own a small digital agency and I'm interested in how being an Integration Marketing Society deal broker works. Ooh, well, Julian, you happen to be in the perfect spot for being an integration marketing deal broker. Because if you own a digital agency, you have got limitless access to clients and potential clients. You know people that you can marry up to make deals. So for example, depending on what kind of a digital agency you are, if you fill in some more information and tell me a little bit more about your digital agency, I need to know. But let's imagine that you're somebody who does Facebook ad management for people, right? Well, one thing, you've probably got a number of different clients. Well, you can go in, and if you see clients who are playing in a similar space, who are in what I call affinity markets, you can marry them up together. You can say, hey, you're selling, somebody mentioned hyperbaric oxygen chambers here in one of the comments. All right, I thought that was great that somebody knew about that, right? If somebody is offering hyperbaric oxygen therapy training or hyperbaric oxygen therapy treatments, and then you got somebody else who owns an MMA gym and you're doing digital marketing for both of those guys and running their Facebook ads for them, well, you can say, hey, let me put you guys together. You offer, your HBOT treatment to all of the members of the gym. Give them a free HBOT session for joining the gym. And then every time they buy a new HBOT session, I'm going to give you a cut of the revenue. Why wouldn't that guy do that? And vice versa. All right. So this is perfect for digital agencies. Okay. Kimmy asked a really great question. Kimmy said, what if I want a refund? Kimmy, it's very simple. In the first 60 days, If you want a refund for any reason whatsoever, you just contact our live customer care team. They are there 24/7. They will give you a no hassle, no questions asked refund on the spot. Okay. I like keeping relationships positive with people. I take our refund policies very, very seriously. Okay. And that's any reason. I don't care if it's because you didn't like the font color that we used or whatever. You didn't like one word I used. Maybe Mark dropped the F-bomb one time and it offended you. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Whatever your reason is, no questions asked, no hassles for 60 days. Okay. However, when you follow the Solomon's Ark Ascension plan, if you don't make double your money back in those 90 days, we will give you double your money back. All right. Now, Freddie asks, what if I need support or have questions? We have a 24/7 customer care team standing by to support you at all times. Okay, so Gary says, the social media posting and engagement thing in the group sounds cool and promising. How does that work? By the way, I want to welcome Mika and Dylan. And man, I've got, I don't even know which of these names I've read and which ones I haven't yet. I got so many stickers in front of me right now. Man, yeah, this is amazing. Okay, so I'm just kind of overwhelmed here right now. Is the second week filled up? Second week is almost filled up. So, okay, are we going to open up a third week?
Well, we're adding more calls for you.
We might add some more slots in here, guys. Okay, so man, and a lot of you guys are going to be talking to me because I'm going to be taking a lot of these calls. All right, so Gary says, the social media posting and engagement thing in the group sounds cool and promising. How does that work? Okay, all you do is you post inside Integration Marketing Society a give me a boost request. And then you show people a link to your social media post and you tell them what kind of interaction you want. And then the Integration Marketing Society members will get in there and they will like, comment, do whatever. All right, so everybody gets to make a deal pitch or a give me a boost request once a day inside the Integration Marketing Society deal room. Now we give everybody a chance to do one a day. That way we prevent spam, right? So we want everyone to get one chance every day. Okay, I'm looking here for more questions. Okay, let's see here. All right, guys. Hey, listen, we are at the 4-hour mark here now. And thank you guys for all of these wonderful comments that we've got coming in. This is absolutely amazing. We're at the 4-hour mark yet. If you're still on and haven't applied, I want to ask you, tell me straight up why you haven't applied. If you're still here and if you haven't applied yet, I want to see tell me why you haven't applied yet. So Mark asks, will you be opening up Integration Marketing Society again in coming months? Mark, I am not sure. I can't guarantee that. Okay. We do this in phases. Okay. I would like to say yes, but if you're using that as an excuse right now to not get started, please don't do that. Get your application in. Remember what I said earlier, the reason why you can't is the reason why you must. Zenta says, Mark, you better offer a kick in their lazy rear and not a double refund. Oh, I love it. Okay, I'm seeing mostly positive comments in here. All right, so I don't see any questions now as to why, or any responses as to why you guys haven't applied yet. Guys, I think we're going to wrap this up here. We've been going for 4 hours. All right, guys, I think this is a good note for us to end on. This has been an absolutely fun event for me. I've had an absolute blast. So I want to thank you guys for joining us. I look forward to seeing you inside the Solomon's Ark Ascension plan. And if you guys haven't done so yet, click on the Join Now button or go to joinIMS.com solomon's.com, and I will see you guys inside Solomon's Ark.